All right, we're approaching 8 o'clock here. Let's get our coffee and our seats and be prepared to start here. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3, I believe. Seems like 4 or 5 or 6, but it's day 3. Before we begin here, I'm going to turn to Deputy Director Kelly Ames here for any opening remarks. Kelly.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Council members, good morning. We don't have any schedule updates for you today. We are on time and on budget, so we'll be starting off with the CPS agenda item F5.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn the gavel to Vice Chair Smith to start our first agenda item. Butch, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looks like we have a little sardine magic to start off with, F5. And Katrina, I will turn the mic over to you to let us know what we want to accomplish.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll provide a very brief overview and then we'll get more into the situation summary as well as the contents of the attachments in a presentation. This is agenda item F5, which is the Fishery Management Plan Amendment, Sardine Stock Definition, and Fishery Management Unit Revision. This Council is tasked with adopting an interim final preferred alternative sardine stock definition and providing guidance on the process to revise the fishery management unit under this action. In your reference materials, you have attachment 1 and a supplemental attachment 2, which I will cover in my presentation, as well as a supplemental National Marine Fisheries Service report, which the agency may speak to after the overview. Or after the presentation and overview. There are also several public comments that have been posted in several signups and reports from the SSC, CPSMT, and CPSAS. Are there any questions on the overview before I jump into the presentation?
Are there any questions? No, seeing none.
Thank you. I'll take a moment to get that presentation up. All right, this is agenda item F5 again, and this presentation will cover attachment 1 and supplemental attachment 2. And then after this presentation, we will go to the National Marine Fisheries Service report under this item. So starting off with some background, this action, as a reminder, is revisiting the stock definition for Pacific sardine in the CPS Fishery Management Plan. The Fishery Management Unit in Section 1.2 of the FMP defines all stocks subject to the provisions of the FMP. And in this context, a stock is a species, subspecies, geographical grouping, or other category of fish capable of management as a unit. The northern subpopulation, or NSP, of Pacific sardine was defined as a stock in the CPS FMP when the Northern Anchovy Plan was first converted to the CPS FMP via Amendment 8 in the year 2000. At the time, a second southern subpopulation, or SSP, of Pacific sardine was hypothesized to occupy the area south of the U.S. border on the west coast of North America, occasionally moving north into the waters off Southern California and overlapping with the NSP. However, newly available scientific literature on Pacific sardine, including genetic studies and a review of all preceding research on Pacific sardine population structure, reveals a lack of scientific evidence to support the long-held hypothesis that NSP and SSP are truly distinct subpopulations. Instead, new information suggests that Pacific sardine comprise a single population ranging from the Gulf of California to Canada. Best practices, current literature, and the past advice of the Council's SSC have suggested that delineations of stocks and management boundaries should align with population dynamics to the extent possible within political and geographic bounds. Therefore, while current management has followed best scientific information to date, this action seeks to revise the sardine stock definition to better align the management unit with the new science available on population dynamics of Pacific sardine. And based on this new scientific information, which was presented to the Council in November of 2025, the Council adopted the purpose and need on the screen to scope this action. I won't read it, but it is available there. The Council also adopted a range of alternatives in November of 2025. It should be noted that this range of alternatives describes only the range for the stock definition itself. An eventual amendment package for the action to revise the stock definition and any other changes to management and the FMP that this stock requires will be prepared according to several next steps, which I will get to later in this presentation. Once the Council adopts an IFPA or Interim Final Preferred Alternative Stock Definition, next steps can then begin to develop the remainder of a holistic amendment package. So just describing these actions or these alternatives you see here. Under no action, there would be no revision to the stocks defined in the Fishery Management Unit of the CPS FMP. Alternative 1 would revise the stock definition of Pacific sardine in recognition of this updated science so that the stock in the FMP would be defined as the extent of the Pacific sardine population that is present in the U.S. EEZ. Under Alternative 1, the coastwide stock in U.S. jurisdiction would become the basis of managing Pacific sardine to optimal yield, preventing overfishing, and determining stock status. The Council selected Alternative 1 as your preliminary preferred alternative in November on the basis that Alternative 1 reflects the current scientific understanding of the Pacific sardine population, showing that it comprises a single population with no genetic differentiation or other differentiations across its range. I'll just go over a few differences between these alternatives. So first, as I have already provided, no action would continue status quo management of Pacific sardine founded on the hypothesis that the existence of multiple subpopulations. Therefore, under no action, the management unit for Pacific sardine would align with this former hypothesis and would not incorporate the new scientific information we have on the population structure of the species. Alternative 1 differs from no action as it would recognize that based on recently published science, Pacific sardine are a population with panmixia and there is no evidence of multiple subpopulations of Pacific sardine present off the West Coast to then be managed via the FMP. Looking at the delineation of these stocks, under no action, the northern subpopulation would be the only stock defined in the FMP, and therefore the NSP and the SSP would continue to be delineated, for instance, as has been done by the Habitat Index model used in recent stock assessments. Under Alternative 1, the stock would be defined as the extent of the Pacific sardine population that is present in the U.S. EEZ. And while recent science shows that the entire population of Pacific sardine extends beyond U.S. jurisdiction to Canada and into Mexico, revision of the Fishery Management Unit and the stock definition of Pacific sardine can only cover the portion of the fishery management area in the U.S. EEZ. Somewhat similarly, under no action, only the northern subpopulation would be identified as in need of conservation and management in the EEZ and thus defined in the FMP, while Alternative 1 would recognize that all Pacific sardine in U.S. waters are in need of conservation and management and should be included in the FMP. A byproduct of Alternative 1 is that it would remove the management issue related to catch accounting that currently exists in management, where all catch is accounted against the applicable harvest limits, but later on, catch and abundance in the stock assessment is delineated by subpopulation. Under no action, the status quo would continue, where all catch is accounted towards NSP during the fishing season and post hoc separated out, while under Alternative 1, all Pacific sardine caught in U.S. waters would contribute to catch limits set for the coastwide stock. And lastly, no action would continue the status quo of only setting reference points and harvest specifications for the northern subpopulation, whereas under Alternative 1, the coastwide stock in U.S. jurisdiction would become the basis of managing Pacific sardine to optimal yield, preventing overfishing, and determining stock status. Therefore, reference points and harvest specifications would be based on this coastwide management, and under Alternative 1, the optimal yield, overfishing limit, maximum sustainable yield, status determination criteria, acceptable biological catch, and methods for specifying the annual catch limit would take into account this new understanding of the population. And so the Council's action today is to adopt an interim final preferred alternative. And you might ask, what is an interim final preferred alternative? Have you heard this term before? This short answer is that it is a final Council decision within a complex action. So we are trying to split this complex action into steps. And it will allow the Council to move on to scoping the full amendment package for the larger action. The IFPA is specifically related to the stock definition itself, with the eventual amendment including all aspects of the FMP revision required to implement this stock definition. As described earlier, once the Council adopts an IFPA stock definition, next steps can begin to develop the remainder of the holistic amendment package. These steps will logically begin with a review of the key management provisions for Pacific sardine that are currently described in the CPS FMP to determine if any of these reference points or other management criteria must be reaffirmed or revised given the context of a revised stock. This work will allow the Council to adopt a comprehensive amendment to the CPS FMP that implements the revised stock definition. And so I will pause here to see if there are any questions on the interim final preferred alternative portion of this action before we get into the next steps.
Any questions? Okay, go ahead.
So now we will get into those next steps that the Council could get into once that interim final preferred alternative is adopted. And these are covered in Section 3 in Attachment 1, which provides a summary of the portions of the MSA and the national standards that may be relevant to revising the Pacific sardine stock definition in the CPS FMP. The MSA establishes the required and discretionary provisions of FMPs. Notably, requirements include conservation and management measures and the specification of an MSY, maximum sustainable yield, and OY, optimal yield, guidance on which is expanded upon in the national standards. Also to note that the MSA requires a description of essential fish habitat for managed stocks. A revision of the stocks should include a review and consideration of these provisions of the MSA, the national standard guidelines, and how they apply to the conservation and management of a revised stock. And I will go through some of these considerations. First, National Standard 1 and its guidelines specifically address the MSA requirement to prevent overfishing and achieve optimal yield. For all stocks and stock complexes that require conservation and management, the councils must evaluate and describe the items listed here: the maximum sustainable yield, status determination criteria, optimum yield, acceptable biological catch, and mechanisms for specifying annual catch limits, as well as accountability measures. So each of these would be included in the review. The guidelines of National Standard 2 will also intersect with this action in several of its next steps. National Standard 2 establishes that conservation and management measures shall be based upon best scientific information available, or BSIA, and lists criteria to consider when evaluating BSIA. National Standard 2 also provides guidance for cases in which data is insufficient to estimate reference points and when data is severely limited. In the council process, the SSC also intersects directly with National Standard 2, advising the council regarding BSIA for fishery management decisions. As the council moves forward with the review of the existing Pacific sardine conservation and management provisions, certain components of National Standard 2 may help guide review and the decision-making processes. And lastly, National Standard 3 provides guidance on defining the management unit as the fishery or that portion of the fishery identified in an FMP as relevant to the FMP's management objectives. The choice of a management unit depends on the focus of the FMP's objectives and may be organized around biological, geographic, economic, technical, social, or ecological perspectives. As it relates to National Standard 1, reference points should generally be specified in terms of the level of stock aggregation for which best scientific information is available. National Standard 3 also provides guidance for managing a transboundary stock, such as Pacific sardine, and extent in U.S. waters. Review of management criteria would also consider the goals and objectives of the CPS FMP itself, listed here in no particular order, including specific objectives for coastal pelagic species, such as providing adequate forage for dependent species and promoting stability of catch. Now we will get a little more specific into the management criteria that will be reviewed. The CPS FMP includes a harvest strategy and harvest control rules that intend to provide stock biomass levels at least as high as maximum sustainable yield, while also providing relatively high and consistent levels of catch for the fishery. The particular harvest guideline approach was developed for CPS to account for their unique dynamics, including changes in biomass and productivity in response to environmental variability and their importance in the ecosystem as forage. The purpose of the General Harvest Control Rule is to provide managers with a tool for setting and adjusting harvest levels on a periodic basis while preventing overfishing and overfished stock conditions. The general form of the harvest control rule utilized for CPS fisheries is designed to continuously reduce the exploitation rate as biomass declines to achieve some of these goals. So here I'll go through the general CPS harvest guideline control rule, which would be reviewed in terms of its context for a revised stock. The general harvest guideline control rule is harvest guideline equals biomass minus cutoff times fraction times distribution. Biomass is generally the estimated biomass of fish age 1+ at the beginning of the season. Cutoff is the lowest level of estimated biomass at which directed harvest is allowed, intended to protect the stock when biomass is low. Fraction is the fraction of biomass above cutoff that can be taken by the fishery. And distribution is the average portion of population biomass estimated to be in U.S. waters. It recognizes that a stock may range beyond U.S. waters, and therefore total biomass might not be in U.S. waters. And again, this is meeting the goals of National Standard 3. Oops. Along with the CPS Harvest Guideline Control Rule, Pacific Sardine Management uses a variety of tools and measures to prevent overfishing and achieve optimal yield. This includes setting annual reference points and management measures for the fishery based on the annual specification framework and control rules in the FMP. The Pacific Sardine Harvest Guideline was originally developed in Amendment 8, and the control rules were revised in Amendment 13 to the FMP to comply with the MSA reauthorization and subsequent national standard provisions. This included the development of an OFL and ABC control rule, as well as mechanisms for ACLs and ACTs. First, the OFL. Overfishing is defined for Pacific sardine as catch exceeding the OFL, based on the OFL control rule. The OFL is an annual catch amount that corresponds to the estimate of annual fishing mortality corresponding to MSY. In general, OFLs for CPS are based on MSY or MSY proxy harvest rates, such as EMSY, which is applied to the best available estimate of biomass. The ABC is then set below the OFL via application of a buffer and is a reference point that incorporates a scientific uncertainty buffer against overfishing. ACLs can then be set equal to or less than the ABC, and in the case of a stock that is overfished and rebuilding, determined in accordance with the rebuilding plan. The ACL is the level of annual catch of a stock that is set to help prevent overfishing from occurring. In cases where the result of the harvest guideline calculation exceeds the ABC, the Council will also set a lower ACL harvest guideline or annual catch target ACT in response. The ACT is another management tool that is frequently used to prevent overfishing. Cutoff is included in this stage, if you're looking at the harvest guideline formula, to protect the stock when the biomass is low. When sardine experiences periods of high biomass, the harvest guideline, and therefore harvest, is also restricted to maximum harvest level, or max CAT, of 200,000 metric tons. While allowable harvest increases with increasing biomass, max CAT is intended to guard against extremely high catch levels. The Pacific Sardine Control Rules and Reference Points also include parameters that will require review in the next steps of this action. As mentioned earlier, some of these parameters were introduced with Amendment 8 to the CPS FMP, while others have been developed through science and policy recommendations over time. Aspects of these control rules have undergone multiple reviews and revisions in the last 25 plus years, and these reviews are detailed in the appendix of Attachment 1. To build on this broad overview of sardine control rules, I will also provide a quick overview of some of the parameters that are inputs in the Pacific Sardine Control Rules and Reference Points to understand what will be reviewed. The estimated stock biomass of Pacific sardine, which is in the OFL, ABC, and HG formulas, is the age 1+ biomass for the applicable fishing year. This estimate is typically produced in a stock assessment and reviewed by the SSC. Next is EMSY, which goes into the OFL and the ABC. And this is the exploitation rate for the equilibrium maximum sustainable yield in a form of a proxy for the fishing mortality at maximum sustainable yield, or the fishing mortality that, if applied over the long term, would result in maximum sustainable yield. The EMSY for Pacific sardine has most recently been based on a temperature recruitment relationship using a running 3-year average of the Cal Coffee Temperature Index with an upper bound of 25%. Distribution goes into the OFL, ABC, and harvest guideline, and is the estimated long-term average portion of the Pacific sardine biomass in the EEZ off the Pacific coast. Distribution is set at 87% based on analysis of fish spotter data in Amendment 8. An update to fish spotter data was presented in a workshop in 2015, showing the range to be between 84 and 89% and reaffirming the value remaining within that range. Then there is buffer, which is a % reduction of the OFL to account for a scientific uncertainty in the OFL. It has been calculated value determined by the SSC evaluation of scientific uncertainty via sigma and the Council's risk policy, or P-star, which is bounded at an upper limit of 0.5, and is the Council's degree of risk tolerance that the ABC for a stock is being set higher than what the OFL should have been, or catching that ABC would result in biological overfishing of the stock. There is cutoff, which I have mentioned a few times now. And this is the biomass below which no harvest guideline is set, intended to protect the stock at low biomass levels. The FMP established this level at 150,000 metric tons, and this amount is subtracted from the annual biomass estimate before calculating the applicable harvest guideline for the fishing year. Then we have fraction, which is related to EMSY, and it is a % bounded time-varying fishing rate based on the temperature-dependent exploitation fraction, EMSY. As with EMSY, it follows the 3-year running average of the Cal Coffee Temperature Index in its formula, and fraction is a result of that formula, but bounded between 5 and 20%. Then there is max CAT, which, as I mentioned, is protecting against extremely high levels of catch as a maximum level of catch and set at 200,000 metric tons. Lastly, MSST is the minimum stock status, which is the stock determination criteria that determines whether the stock is overfished and requires rebuilding, and is set at 50,000 metric tons. A review of all of these management criteria would be the first step over the next several of months if the council adopts an interim final preferred alternative stock definition for Pacific sardine at this meeting. And next steps to begin a development of the fishery management plan amendment to revise the stock definition could begin. This review and other next steps could require a significant workload within the council process and for NIMP staff, council staff, SSC, advisory bodies, and others who may be involved in generating and reviewing technical and management analyses. Development of an assessment, calculation of harvest parameters, and refinement of management measures could have workloads involving trade-offs in terms of what work is prioritized. The council may also be interested in longer-term research priorities for Pacific sardine related to the revised stock definition or other established science and management priorities for sardine and CPS. Staff have proposed a review of management which examine the science and management considerations for the existing sardine management measures and whether those considerations still apply for a revised stock, consistent with the MSA and national standard guidelines. Council staff are proposing that NIMPS and council staff coordinate to complete this work and determine if aspects of sardine management could be reaffirmed or should be revised. Based on this review, staff may put forward options for aspects of management like determining stock status, for instance, the MSST or OFL, or specifying appropriate control rules and putting catch limits in place, all under a revised stock. For instance, these options could look like application of parameter values used for the NSP if reaffirmed to be appropriate, proposed revision of those values, or development of alternative approaches as needed. Council staff propose that the SSC and advisory bodies be involved in reviewing these options. For instance, the CPS subcommittee of the SSC could be particularly tasked with reviewing the options for generating the MSST and the OFL, while a joint CPSMT, AS, and SSC meeting could be tasked with applying the Harvest Guideline Control Rule formula to the revised stock with recommendations for appropriate parameter values. The council has held similar meetings to work through management challenges for CPS in the past, and the outcomes of these proposed over summer meetings, including recommendations on management options, could inform development and implementation of an FMP amendment package to formally revise the sardine stock definition and management, which could be presented in September. Priorities for longer-term research could also be an output of these meetings and conversations. At this meeting, the council should discuss their desired prioritization of CPS workload as it relates directly to their desired timeline for implementing management of a revised stock per the council's response to executive orders. The council could consider adding a CPS workload planning and stock assessment prioritization item in its June agenda to formally task the groups to review management options and make recommendations and prioritize near-term science and stock assessment needs. Or if the council is ready and if appropriate, could determine they are able to come to these workload and planning decisions at this current meeting. The council, SSC and the council may consider these next steps in the context of adopting a range of alternatives and preliminary preferred alternative for a holistic FMP amendment package in September of 2026 as scheduled, and a final preferred alternative for the amendment in November 2026 as scheduled. In supplemental attachment 2, staff have visualized a proposed timeline that could get us to these steps, but we are looking for council guidance on how these next steps may proceed. So circling back to council action today, it's broken into several tasks. First, to adopt an interim final preferred alternative sardine stock definition. Second, to provide guidance on next steps outlined to develop an FMP amendment package for this IFPA stock definition, and providing guidance on these next steps and workload priorities to support the action. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that very complete overview. Any questions? Katrina, excuse me. Yes, Dr. Lant.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Katrina, for that great overview. Lots of work to do, clearly. Well, the one question I had is on data and on analyses, whether it's optimum yield or getting the best overall benefit to the nation and dealing with other regulatory requirements such as NEPA and Reg Flex. It appears from the SAFE report, the latest SAFE report, that we do have information on gross revenues in this fishery, but a limited amount of information, if any, on net revenues. I understand there was a voluntary survey of sardine fishermen to look at their fishing costs, but would there be opportunities, given this fresh look and looking at the data and everything, would there be opportunities to consider some analyses of the net income of sardine operators? Thank you very much.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Dr. Lent, for the question. Considering the scope of this action, I believe it is focused on reviewing current management criteria in the context of its applicability to the revised stock definition. In the past, several performance metrics had been utilized to evaluate the sardine control rules, and that those evaluations and performance metrics have included multiple metrics, biological and economic. So perhaps that could be a consideration. And as well, the stock assessment and fishery evaluation document, the SAFE, is produced annually. So perhaps that is an area for continued improvement outside of this action.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Katrina. Just a question on the schedule you had there. And it might be more, well, some of it could come up later. The one you just had, the big, I think the next slide. So the 2026 December rulemaking for FPA begins. So that's, I take it, the completion of the council process and our decisions and then forwarding it to NIMS. For the rest of it, implementation is in 2027. Did you have sort of an idea, an expectation of when rulemaking would be complete, the federal process there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that question may be better for the National Marine Fisheries Service if they are willing to take it.
All right, we'll just hold off on that then. Thanks.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you. So speaking of no fisheries, Josh, do you have anything you'd like to report or like to say, add? Words of wisdom?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, we had a supplemental NIMS report in the briefing book. I did not intend to read that report, but if it was okay, would like to speak to it briefly without getting too much into sort of council discussion arena, if that is okay. First, I wanted to note that I thought the council staff did an excellent job summarizing and laying out the current situation, steps, and the attachment that was in the briefing book. It allowed actually for a very streamlined NIMS report, did a lot of work for us. However, I'm aware that there may have been some ambiguities in our statement, so I thought I'd try to clarify those as well as provide some updated thinking on the agency's part regarding workflow and workload, which I know has been a topic of conversation around the council the last few days. First, as it relates to the science to inform the 27-28 harvest specifications, which was just on the screen that Katrina was presenting. The intention of the agency is to be able to provide a total U.S. waters / coastwide biomass estimate in 2027 that would align with the PPA being discussed today, if that wasn't clear in the report. It would not be this fully realized, reconstructed stock assessment that is expected, as we know, no later than February 2028. But as I said, it would support the PPA if adopted and approved. The NIMS report also alluded to workload trade-offs as it relates to the work I just was referencing, as well as Pacific mackerel. So along with what I just described for Pacific Sardine, NIMS has determined that it would be able to provide an update mackerel assessment for use in the next specification cycle in 27 as currently scheduled for the council's process. I'll stop there and see if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Any questions of Josh? Corey Writings?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm sorry, Vice. Are we like discussing the NIMS report right now, or was that just Mr. Lindsay sort of providing an update there?
Questions of the report?
That's okay. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Lindsay. My question is just regarding sort of NIMS's overall capacity. And I'm getting perhaps a little ahead of ourselves, but looking at some of the advisory body reports on this, the management team, the SSC on this, it looks like there's going to be, if the PPA does go through and we're looking at a single coast-wide stock, there's just a lot of work on the table. And I'm wondering if you can give us kind of an overview in your mind of like, we saw Ms. Burnhouse provided us a really nice timeline there, but in your mind, like what is NIMS's ability, capacity, it's going to be both science and policy sides of the house, I'm guessing, and also just recognizing there have been cuts recently. So hoping to get a little bit more from you on sort of the capacity, the timing, what we could expect.
Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Reines, for the question. Yeah, as noted in our NIMS report, we do have staff available to work on this, both within the regional office and the Science Center. We've already been in discussions with council staff on some of the regulatory aspects and starting to begin to think about what that looks like in terms of a holistic amendment. It is not a small lift, as I think our NIMS report and the attachment tried to allude to. And similarly on the science side, as Dr. Yao noted yesterday, her staff has already begun to think about what new stock assessments look like, both in terms of like near term and long term. So I think there's a shared goal of trying to maintain the timeline described in the council supplemental document. Yeah, hopefully that answered your question.
Okay.
But I can elaborate. That's all right.
Sharon, and I got to say, this meeting, it's so nice to be able to see you without 4 people telling me you have your hand raised. So go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. To put a little finer point on the question, I noticed the last paragraph of your report, particularly saying, given our proposed schedule, there actually might not be enough time to finalize rulemaking prior to April of 2027, when the council is scheduled to recommend harvest specs for the 27-28 fishing year. If that does become the case, what's plan B?
To the Vice Chair, thank you for the question. Yeah, to put a finer point on that, and I think the council is fully aware of some of the amendment timelines and process that we have. So built into an FMP amendment process is at a minimum of 60-day public comment period, as well as some other sort of regulatory timelines built into that. So it's typically a 5-month process at, a minimum to go from council final action to implementation. So that puts us on that border of when the council will be recommending specifications for April. We have had scenarios, even within the CPS arena with our revised rebuilding plan recently, where sort of dual components of what management might look like move forward with the sort of caveat of like, if the agency approves the pending amendment, then this will be what occurs in that fishing season, and if not, this is what occurs. So there is some, I think, flexibility built into there with the hope that if the council takes final action in November and the agency makes the determination to approve such amendment, that we can work that amendment through the process as quickly as we can.
Okay. Good. Corey Niles, excuse me.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't know if this is a question for Katrina or Josh or both, and it can wait for council discussion, but just what is the status of the rebuilding plan as we move through this FMP amendment? We don't know yet? Is that, and if that's better for council discussion, I could certainly wait.
To the Vice Chair, I'm happy to try to answer now or happy to wait till council discussion, depending on your preference.
I think it's going to be a long day, a long topic. So before we forget what question was, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Nile. So yes, I think you've dealt with this with some of the other stocks. So there's currently a rebuilding plan in place for the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine. I almost said anchovy, apologies. When that stock is removed from the plan or revised from the plan, then there would no longer be a rebuilding plan, as that stock is currently not described in the FMP. A revised FMP with a new stock definition will have to have status determination criteria as it relates to being overfished for the new stock. And then, the normal process when we have available information to look at that status determination criteria and make a determination of whether or not the stock is overfished or not, then we sort of have that process of, if it is, you have your normal timeline to develop a rebuilding plan. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. And Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Josh. I think you clarified a lot of things there. And the question, there's a lot in discussion, but just trying to gather everything to think this through. The schedule you said and the regulatory process being about 5 months, that aligns what was in the schedule here is the council, I think in November of this year, would finish everything up, get that to NIMS. The 5 months, by my counting, would put us in about, May. I don't know if we can push that further. April is the meeting when we do that. So our thinking is how this is all going to fit together, and I appreciate there's the stock assessment part, but we should also, as we go through this, thinking, as Ms. Kiefer said, the Plan B, and it brings in the rebuilding plan. So when we get to discussion, we have all that together, but best case scenario, and it's a heavy workload, it's an aggressive schedule, but in that April-May timeframe, we may or may not be able to proceed under the new sort of management regime. So that's what you see.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Mr. Hatzmer, for the question. Essentially, yes, I am optimistic, since we are not starting from a ground zero here, that there's been work ongoing on both sides to think about this, that, with the, knowledge that, science doesn't support this two subpopulation theory, we've been thinking about this on both sides, and there's generally broad support within the agency of trying to do what we can to move us forward on this action. So, yes, maybe my fingers weren't doing the math properly under the table on when 5 months was, but I think there are options here. And yes, I think you alluded to it. We'll have to, as we work through, perhaps come up with a sort of backstop, sort of secondary option as we move forward. But as we sit here today, I'm optimistic that, we can get through the various steps and level of review and environmental analysis and have something in place.
Okay, any further clarification? Corey Writings.
Thanks. Mr. Lindsay, I thank you for taking the time to describe for us kind of this timeline. I think it's really important for us, and something that we discussed in the California delegation this morning was the importance of sort of doing this right, that we all want it done as quickly as possible. And at the same time, we want to make sure that it's done as the absolute highest standard that we have. You know, we want to do it ideally once, we want to do it right. And we want to make sure that, you know, all the science and the policy has been thought out and given its proper due. So I'm curious, I know we have this timeline. You're obviously hearing that we are interested in moving this forward, want to see it soon, but can you talk a little bit about the ability to also expand the timeline as necessary to sort of make sure that we are doing it right and that there is the possibility to, you know, bring in the scientists if you need it, have the reviews if you need it, you know, think about the regs with a thoughtful, longer term lens. We talked about the possible need for an MSE, and I think that's in the SSC statement as well. Anyway, I think you know what I'm asking. I'm just looking for a little bit more information about, like, you know, if you feel comfortable and have the resources to do that.
To the Vice Chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Writings. Yeah, I agree with a lot of points you're making. I think there are still some questions, you know, related to the timeline. I think the questions were, are we able to support trying to reach that timeline? And that's what I was trying to speak to. We are prepared to try to hit that timeline. Whatever resources, you know, are needed for that. You know, whether or not it's, you know, deeper dive on the data needed for the assessment, sort of operating models to look at things. You know, those discussions have begun and have lots of thought and thoughtful conversations happening on that front. And yes, the agency also, you know, wants something legal, justifiable, meets the, you know, as reference, you know, the necessary aspects of the Act and the national standard guidelines. And so we will be, you know, working alongside council staff in the process to ensure, you know, that is happening as well, so that we are, to your words, getting this done right the first time.
Thank you both. I think we'll maybe get into reports. I think Josh is able to hang around for this discussion here later, a little bit later. So why don't we get into the reports, if that's okay with the council, and then we'll have a rousing round of discussions. So you got SSD, you got Dr. Galen Johnson, with maybe Dr. Will on the phone. So why don't you come on up to the mic, Ms. Johnson, and thank you. And
good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Vice Chair and
Anytime.
Council. Bill Satterthwaite is on the phone, and I will be reading the Scientific and Statistical Committee report on Fishery Management Plan Amendment, Sardine Stock Definition, and Fishery Management Unit Revision. The SSC reviewed the analysis of the PPA sardine stock definition and review of next steps for revision of the sardine stock definition in the Coastal Pelagic Species Fishery Management Plan, along with the supplemental report planning for next steps and the supplemental NIMS report. Katrina Bernaus, council staff, was available to clarify council requests and answer questions. On the Pacific sardine stock definition and workload implications, Alternative 1, which would create a single management stock based on all Pacific sardine in U.S. waters, is compatible with scientific information indicating a lack of genetic differentiation between what are currently recognized as a northern subpopulation and a southern subpopulation. Evidence suggests a genetically well-mixed population that spans international boundaries. A management stock operationally defined to exclude the part of the population in Mexico may be necessary for management tractability. However, biological analyses to derive reference points and overfishing limit, acceptable biological catch, and harvest guideline harvest control rules will need to account for the biological dynamics and removals occurring throughout the biological range. Substantial review and revision of reference points and the inputs to harvest control rules will be necessary if alternative 1 is adopted as the interim final preferred alternative. Although the general form of the harvest control rules may not need to change, the biological analyses and assumptions underpinning the current values or functional forms for EMSY and MSST reflect a stock structure hypothesis that would no longer be supported. Similarly, values or functional forms for fraction, cutoff, and max cat, that these are in the formulas that Katrina showed, are informed by simulations that assumed a different biological understanding than would be implied by alternative 1. Restricting the assessed biomass to U.S. waters might eliminate the need for a distribution term in the Harvest Guidelines Harvest Control Rule, but biological connectivity with Mexico would need to be accounted for when evaluating the harvest control rules. The workload associated with reviewing and revising harvest control rules and biological reference points will be substantial, and the timeline presented in Attachment 1 and Supplemental Attachment 2 is almost certainly unrealistically short. A benchmark or research assessment of Pacific sardine coast-wide would be necessary to derive the updated biological parameters that would allow for selection of biological reference points. Such an assessment would also be the first step in providing the biological parameters needed to analyze the consequences of alternative harvest control rules using management strategy evaluation. Efficient development of a management strategy evaluation that would address management needs would require close collaboration between analysts, the SSC, the CPS advisory subpanel, the CPS management team, and council. Consideration should be given during the management strategy evaluation to include evaluation of harvest control rules that depend on survey estimates of abundance rather than assessment model-based estimates of 1+ biomass. Supplemental NIMS Report 1 indicated that NIMS could complete a new benchmark assessment in time for review by April of 2028. A new assessment based on a revised stock definition would be necessary to allow informed review of the biological reference points and harvest control rules. Therefore, completion of a coast-wide benchmark assessment for Pacific sardine should be a high priority if the stock definition is changed. An update assessment of the northern subpopulation could address stakeholder questions about age 1+ biomass relative to the current northern subpopulation MSST, which might remove some of the constraints currently faced by the fishery. The SSC strongly recommends proceeding with an agenda item in June 2026 to more fully explore the workload trade-offs and prioritization necessary for effective and timely coastal pelagic species management. And then on Japanese sardine, while the SSC concurs that including Japanese sardine in the assessed biomass and counting Japanese sardines against the catch limit is appropriate given the lack of information available for real-time distinction between the species, some clarification of the SSC's previous recommendations regarding Japanese sardine is warranted relative to how they are characterized on page 9 of Attachment 1. The SSC did not make a direct recommendation to treat Japanese sardine the same way Pacific sardine are treated. The SSC only recommended that the way Japanese sardine are treated when assessing biomass should be consistent with the way Japanese sardine are treated in comparing catch against catch limits. That is, either included in both calculations or excluded from both calculations. And that concludes our report.
Thank you for that report. Any questions for Ms. Johnson? Dr. Lynn?
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for the report from the SSC. I noticed and appreciate that the SSC is open to look at harvest control rules that depend on survey estimates rather than assessment models. The other thing is it's pointed out, rightly so, that it's really important to figure out how, if it's indeed comes out as one stock, how do we deal with the other countries, other fisheries that are fishing on the same stock? I mean, ideally, all the data would be available, everybody be collaborating happily, and the stock assessment could include all these data, and there could be decisions on how that's allocated. But that might not happen. So I understand you do your best as scientists to assess the stock. But if there's no agreement on sharing of the harvest, how does that work? How can we ensure that the U.S. fishery is not disadvantaged by that situation, by locking that into the harvest control rules? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lent. I am going to refer that to Will Satterthwaite, who has a better history on this than I do.
Hello, can you hear me? Uh-oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think so. I think you cut out there for a second, but I think we got you.
Great. Yeah, so I think just to clarify, we are saying that the operating model that informs the simulations that will be used to evaluate the effects of different, or the sort of likely effects and outcomes under different harvest control rules, that our model of the biology that informs our simulations should account for Mexico. Certainly, management might be more efficient if there was also at the management stage collaboration with Mexico, but it's more just, the idea was the simulations could be structured such that they explored what are the consequences of different strategies for how U.S. management responds to biomass in U.S. waters. But when simulating the underlying population and predicting what the effects of those responses would be, it's that sort of operating model in the MSC that needs to account for the biology going on coastwide. And then the biology includes, mortality due to both natural causes and fishing. I don't know if that helps. I can certainly expand if that wasn't really the thrust of your question.
Any other questions? Corey Ratings.
Thanks. The question is regarding, I think, the same paragraph, but it starts with a benchmark or research assessment. And I will confess my ignorance. I don't know what the term research assessment is. Can you just, maybe it's obvious, but can you explain that a little bit?
Thanks, Ms. Ridings. I will admit that I had to ask the same question earlier in the week. So I now know the answer. And that is that a benchmark assessment is one that's kind of done on the needed schedule for the council process, and the research assessment is more research oriented and kind of goes until it explores a bit, it can explore a bit more and goes until the analysts really feel satisfied that they've explored what they need to explore. So it's one that's not really necessarily done on the needed management schedule, but is, and Will, you can fill in my novice explanation of research versus benchmark if you'd like.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I think that was quite good. My understanding is that this is, a much more commonly used term on the East Coast, where they often have, a very rigid schedule of assessments that are, pretty similar to what we would probably call update assessments. There's much less scope to fully explore different model formulations in those, routine assessments on the strict management timeline. But then partly because of that lack of flexibility, they also then make greater use of these research assessments that are not tied to a specific timeline, but allow sort of much more thorough exploration of different model approaches.
All right, thank you. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And thanks, Galen and Will. Quite a bit on kind of building off Dr. Lent's question on the transboundary matter. We have in Groundfish, for example, almost every stock is like petroli, sole, yellow eye rockfish, on and on, or we cut the assessments at the U.S. Canada, U.S. Mexico border for other species. I'm hearing you guys say this is sardine is different. I'm just thinking, we heard yesterday they're genetically identical all the way down to California. So can you just elaborate a bit more why you're why it's the transboundary assessment issue is different for the species?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Niles. I mean, I think a large aspect of that would be, the specific justification for moving away from the current NSP management was the recognition of, an updated understanding of biological connectivity. And so, the existing reference points, harvest control rule values that we have are all based on, an understanding of a fairly localized dynamic, and that just would not really apply going forward.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Galen or Will, whoever wants to take this. Yesterday afternoon, I think I was able to look at the advisory subpanel report. I know the SSC didn't have a chance, but they brought up this idea about eliminating the cutoff. And see, it's mentioned in here, we would have to look at it. But as I thought about that, I thought, what's unique about the sardine that the cutoff value is included in our management parameters versus, as they say, just managing it across a range of biomasses and having the others. I'm trying to think of other similar places in our management where we have this level where we say below that, there's no directed harvest versus managing it across the, what's the origin of the cutoff, I guess, is the question there.
Will, can you speak to that one? Because I cannot.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, first of all, that is, the SSC did not see the CPSAS report, so that is not something we discussed. I guess I would say two things. One is just, I can think of another example that at least used to have a similar aspect to its control rule, which is that until I believe 2011, the harvest control rule for Sacramento River Fall Chinook effectively said no harvest if you would not be able to achieve an escapement above a certain level. So it's not completely unique to anchovy, or sorry, it's not completely unique to sardine. I do know, my understanding is that there was some sort of calculation that the cutoff was based on being able to grow back to the, yeah, no, I can't really speak to what exactly the thinking was behind the cutoff.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Chairman Johnson, I think you've done your job. Thank you. And thank you, Will. So it looks like we have some reports to do, and Kirk Lynn of CPS MT. When you're ready, my friend.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Council members, Kirkland with the CPS management team. Reading from Supplemental CPS MT Report 1. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team reviewed the documents under Agenda Item F5 for Pacific Sardine. The team recommends adoption of Alternative 1, the preliminary preferred alternative, as the interim final preferred alternative, to include all Pacific sardine in U.S. waters in the CPS Fishery Management Plan and Fishery Management Unit. As stated in our November 2025 report, the team finds that Alternative 1 reflects the best scientific information available. Advanced genetic analyses show no differentiation between the purported subpopulations of Pacific sardine. Comprehensive literature reviews found no support for a two-subpopulation model and instead revealed broad movement capabilities, spatiotemporally protracted spawning, lack of spatially discrete otolith shape or chemical composition, undifferentiated growth rates, hypervariable length at age distributions, and no differences in meristics or morphology in Pacific sardine from the northeastern Pacific. The team agrees with the council staff document that a comprehensive amendment to revise the Pacific sardine stock definition should include a review of all necessary reference points to achieve optimum yield and prevent overfishing while considering the importance of sardine in the California current ecosystem. The team supports the 2026 next steps in the action and management timeline to amend the CPS FMP under the IFPA. Team appreciates the ability to actively participate in the proposed review of sardine management provisions with other advisory bodies to inform the council at the September 2026 meeting. The team prefers that this review occurs in person in late July or early August 2026. The team questions the benefit of a 2027 benchmark or update assessment of northern subpopulation sardine. Resources should instead be applied towards informing any review of reference points and developing a coast-wide stock assessment as soon as possible to align management with best scientific information available. The team recommends that a coast-wide U.S. waters benchmark stock assessment be conducted in 2027. If a coast-wide benchmark assessment is necessary to inform a management strategy evaluation and a review of the required management provisions deems an MSC necessary to evaluate management alternatives for the IFPA, the team is concerned that waiting until 2028 for a coast-wide assessment would delay final action. And finally, the team sees value in developing a framework for survey-based harvest control rules for management flexibility when sardine stock assessments cannot be conducted due to stock assessment prioritization or time or resource constraints. And that concludes our report.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Lynn? Dr. Lynn?
Thank you very much, and thank you for your input. I noticed that the paper closes with the management team sees value in developing a framework for survey-based harvest controls for management flexibility. Does that mean it's quicker, it's easier? If that's the case, what are the arguments for taking a survey-based approach as opposed to assessment? Maybe it's premature and you need to find out more. Thank you for any insights.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Dr. Lynn, for the question. The team's thinking on that point was developing some kind of framework to allow for the usage of survey estimates where that may be useful in the case of where a stock assessment is not performed for that cycle based on, as we mentioned, stock prioritization decisions or lack of resources, resources otherwise devoted to the stock assessment would just happen this current cycle with the methods review. So in cases like that, we thought it'd be important to consider allowing the use of the survey to inform management directly when a stock assessment is not available.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir. Seeing none, thank you for your report. Next up is the CPSAS. Brian and Mark, there they are.
Good morning. I'm Mark Feeney with the CPSAS, and I've got Brian Hoover with me here. He's the environmental rep on the CPSAS. I invited him up because we have a kind of a long-winded report that I want to make sure that we cover it well, and the considerations that Brian brought up were included. So I'm inviting him to interrupt me and supplement what I say as he sees fit. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly and probably not read the report. Just quickly, someone read the report and described it as dancing around the maypole, and I don't want to force you to dance with us. So I'll just hit the high points and try and give you the flavor of it. And if you have questions, we can take those. First, the CPSAS supports the council reaffirming its decision to advance the preliminary preferred alternative, adopting alternative one.
We are encouraged with moving forward on the process to revise the management to be single stock management coastwide. And we're grateful for NIMS and council staff and the offer to produce a paper that can be used to shape that management package. And we have comments on that package. The first comment is that we look forward to the opportunity to streamline and focus the annual specifications process to provide more transparency. As you heard in the question and answer, we question whether you need the cutoff parameter. That's an example. You might look at whether that's actually necessary and whether you could maybe satisfy anything that's required that you're looking to get with other measures. It seems like we don't need to be in a world where we tell NIMS ahead of time whether they can manage to an ACL or not, which the cutoff seems to be doing. If you need to adjust the harvest with stock size, that can be done more directly through the EMSY, perhaps. So things like that we ask that you look at. We also ask that you look at the category tier, Sigma, P-star system, and think maybe there's you can do that in a way that's a little more transparent, so a few more people are able to understand how we get to the number we get to. Maybe, just even descriptive terms may be better than scientific terms for helping us understand and helping the public understand how you get to your specs. We also suggest that in the paper, you devote a little bit of time to looking at CPS management elsewhere in the world to see what works elsewhere and maybe apply that here. We have a pretty complex system that my understanding is fairly unique right now, and it might be beneficial to look elsewhere where they have successful management and use that as kind of to help guide where we might end up. Bottom of the first page, we talk about the potential to use annual surveys, which was raised in the SSC report in the specs, as opposed to relying strictly on the assessments. We also raised the issue, is there a way to use total biomass instead of the age plus one? And most of this is things that we just feel should be looked into to maybe make the management more responsive to current conditions and more transparent. Top of page 2, we talk about the transboundary management issues that come up. I mean, certainly, ideally, you want one stock management should look at the entire population. And we think that that's worth considering. We are concerned that to get there, we need to collaborate, and we encourage collaboration with the Mexican authorities and Mexican fisheries to try to understand better what this one population looks like. On the other hand, we also point out that we need management that accepts what might be the reality that we don't always get data from Mexico, and that we need to be able to manage. We may have to manage our fish independently, and that our management program needs to be ready for that. The other thing we raise a little bit lower in the next paragraph is whether we need a distribution term if we're managing only the U.S. fishery, only the fish in U.S. waters, and we have a good estimate of that. Right now, I think that distribution term gets applied regardless of whether we've estimated the stock in Mexico, so the northern subpopulation. So if we are penalizing ourselves 12% in some years where we never know what's in Mexico, is my understanding. So maybe we should consider that as we go forward in terms of how we're managing and whether we're unnecessarily penalizing ourselves. Next paragraph talks about ecological considerations. We talk a little bit about the regional and temporal differences and whether we need regional or temporal management. We just feel that this needs to be considered as we go forward to make sure that we are taking into consideration the ecological issues that may arise with this stock. Sardines move a lot. They're not particularly predictable, so we may or may not be able to come up with things that should be done to address ecological considerations, but we certainly have to look. In terms of prioritization of workload, we believe that council should prioritize the development of this program. We acknowledge that it needs to be a holistic and broad endeavor that looks at that starts with considering that we've got a population that's big and covers a lot of ground. We encourage you to move expeditiously toward the new management program. And I think the overall message in that last paragraph is balance efficiency against thoroughness. And there may be some places where you don't have to go quite so deeply to get a good management program. And we encourage you to use what the science you have in front of us. One thing that we brought up that was in our discussion is we're concerned. We don't feel that we need to wait for new science. We've waited several years for new science that told us we have one population here, not two subpopulations. We encourage you to move forward with the science we have and do it deliberately and thoughtfully, but at the same time move quickly and look for ways to advance the process. We did not feel equipped or able to say, should we do an MSE or should we not do an MSE? Should we do an MSE light? And, frankly, I don't know. I've read a few papers about MSE processes and they all describe different things. So, I think you need a sound, robust process to do this. And as CPS has, we don't feel equipped to make that judgment, particularly not with the information we have right now. We also, in the last paragraph, ask the council to consider allowing flexibility in a benchmark or update stock assessment for 2027. We don't make a judgment as to what should be done in 2027. We are concerned that we had a biomass estimate the last time around that projected 32,000 metric tons. And then we ended up with over 65,000 metric tons of total biomass this year. So it was off by about 100%, which ended up with us having to live with a lower ACL, and we're rolling that over despite what we saw the last 4 years, which is higher than 50,000 in the biomass. So we encourage you to look for ways to allow the use of more current information in the upcoming year. And we don't prejudge how that should be done, but we encourage taking a look at that. And I think that's all I have. I'm going to ask if Brian wants to add anything, and we're happy to take questions.
Yeah, thank you. I think all I would add, we had a lot of discussion in the transboundary management and the ecosystem considerations topics. And I'd like to acknowledge and thank public comment we received from representatives from Oceana and from Wild Oceans that helped provide the foundation for some of that discussion. And I think the way you summarized those sections, Mark, was appreciated, and I'm happy to answer any comments on those sections.
Okay, thank you for that very thorough report. Any questions? Writings.
Thanks. Thanks very much for all the work and the comprehensive report. I actually have two questions, if that's okay. The first one is just looking at talking about the spatial and temporal ecological differences that you bring up in the report. Sardine is prey. It continues to be important for ecosystem functioning and integrity. Did the AS talk at all about sort of ways to account for that? I know we're just sort of scoping out the path here and there's a lot to be done, but I'm curious if the AS had thoughts initially about ways that could be done or things that they'd like to put out now that we can think about from the beginning.
Yes, thank you for the question. I can try to answer that. More of our discussion was about highlighting the need to incorporate and accommodate that in the deliberations, that are going to occur now and over the next time period, and recognizing that that's a complicated endeavor, I would say. That relates to probably a more comprehensive understanding of the entire biological stock in biological parameters there. And the understanding that I don't know that what is known and what is unknown about sort of regional responses, particularly in different areas where environmental gradients may differ in terms of temperature. in terms of future gradients with hypoxia or acidification. So it's perhaps an unsatisfying answer in terms of like direct recommendations. And my answer is no, not yet. But I think our discussion was highlighting the need to consider these things going forward.
Thank you. My second question is regarding the potential important need to collaborate with Mexico on this. That continues to be, I think, a really important thing. You highlighted that in your report. I realize that's not really necessarily the AS's job to be building those bridges, but often fishermen and scientists who are working in this area are people who have relationship and ideas about what is actually needed to do that. I'll note this goes back even to some of the Climate and Communities Initiative. You know, doing more international collaboration was something that rose to the top of that recommended list as we see fish stocks of all sorts moving and changing, and how do we increase that collaboration? So I'm just putting that out there. Thank you for mentioning your report. And, you know, was there any discussion? Do you have advice on how that collaboration or the importance of that collaboration and what that might look like?
Thank you for the question. I think the parts that I wanted to highlight in that parts of the statement was that there's probably going to be now a continuing and growing need for engagement and perhaps investment, not only with collaborators and outside of the border, but engagement investment from the U.S. side on trying to understand the science and the fisheries information coming out from there. So I guess across all of those criteria you mentioned, I think the answer is yes, more so even now. And that, you know, the word I would allude back to in that statement is the continuing need and probably the growing need, with the full understanding that transboundary management will throw up challenges in that relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that Brian said, is that it just kind of raises all these, you know, you do have these needs coming up that are a little more intense than they might be under management of only a northern subpopulation. On the other hand, I guess from the industry side in the conversation, I do want to say that we do have some concern that we are hitching our wagon to something that's not reliably there, and that we need to be ready for that and be aware of it. So collaboration is certainly desirable. It's not always there, and we shouldn't kid ourselves that we're going to get it, and we shouldn't. You know, we shouldn't penalize our fishery with an assumption that we're going to get it, or with an assumption that it would yield something if we had it. And whether, you know, we did talk with some concern that we're going to penalize ourselves if we don't get collaboration, that we need to have we don't know what's going on in Mexico penalty. To me, that's inviting us to say to Mexico, that's effectively saying to Mexico, close your door, do what you want, we'll take the hit, which we don't think it's neither a fair way to manage nor a good negotiating tactic.
Okay. Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I had another question similar, I think, to Ms. Ridings on the ecological considerations. The Council's management of Pacific sardine has always included strong ecological considerations. Noting that you say that the transition doesn't preclude, but it seems to imply, or at least this section seems to imply, that based on our new understanding or biological understanding of the stock, that there's a new driver to look at some of these different ecological considerations. And I'm sort of struggling with that connection of how this new understanding of the biology of sardine should have us look at some of these considerations that maybe weren't looked at in the past. Thank you.
Yeah, I can answer that. Thank you for your question. So, you know, my thinking there was that in a previous delineation of a northern and southern stock, there's some now geographic separation. And then moving towards a one-stock management over the entire geographical domain of a population. That's a large population. There's some gene flow. There's a high effective size genetic effect size. So my thoughts with that would be that now there's a shift in emphasis on needing to understand perhaps local responses across now a population viewed as one. That there might be, I alluded to in one line, there may be a complete, not a complete understanding yet or complete quantification of, say, adaptive genetic response. That we understand now that there's a panmictic sort of genetic blueprint, but that responses in terms of protein expression, in terms of evolutionary response, might differ across different regions. And I don't know that that is the answer, but trying to consider those aspects, or at least being cognizant of those, was what I was trying to get at, that this probably has a role in a one stock approach. I'm not sure if that helps clarify. That was my approach with that.
And I'll add the kind of other side of the conversation, which again, I guess the way that we as a group looked at it is people are raising these issues as concerns, and we don't think it's fair based on the information we had in front of us at this meeting to say no to some of these things. Although, I mean, I think everybody in the room knows we're moving from two stock management to one stock management. There is something implicit in that suggests the regional boundary is less relevant than we thought it was. So, despite the fact that we're saying that, I think it is reasonable and it is merited that we, take a look and make sure that we are confident moving forward, that we have considered these issues before we just walk away from them. So I think, in fairness to Brian, I feel like, to me on these issues, it's important that we take a look and know and use what we know to make a conclusion, to draw a conclusion, and not just walk away and say, we don't need to worry about these, we're going to one stock management. I mean, we need to build a record for this stuff. And if there is something in it, we may need to do a little bit of work and look at it. But I think there was some skepticism as to whether there is anything that we need to be looking at that we haven't looked at. But we didn't feel like we had the record in front of us to just kind of walk away.
Righty, thank you. Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Not to put you on the spot, but I'm going to. In terms of the ecological, would you sense that with this new potential, going this direction and rebuilding, would you see an amplification of the need to really have some specific management measures relative to ecological concerns if we do return to a regime of directed fishing? Not unlike what we've done in the groundfish world, where we've created kind of, we don't call it a sanctuary, but kind of a non-fishing area. Is that kind of part of what's underlying this conversation?
Well, I mean, whether it's a non-fishing area or it's a regional distribution of catch, that's what we feel like we need to have some information to talk about. And, and I think telegraphing a conversation, my guess is that we'll have in the future, are there other interests, distributional interests that concern us as well? We have fishermen that live up and down this coast, and are there considerations for the distribution of catch that they're going to be interested in? And, my guess is they will be. So I think it's just kind of saying that, yeah, we're going to have to think about some of these temporal and spatial issues and whether we need to apply something in there and, use the science we have, use the information we have to make an educated decision before we just say, nope, don't need these things.
Yeah, thanks to you both and to the subpanel as a whole, and hearing your last couple responses, Mark, a mind-blowing comment. But when you're saying we're going to go from two stock to one stock management, I'm just hearing we're going to just have two stock management, and it's the different way if we go this, and it's U.S. and Mexico. It's just a transboundary difference. So we're still going to have a two stock problem. It's just of a different nature. Any reactions to that?
Well, I guess my reaction is that depends on what you mean by two stock, one stock management. We only manage in U.S. waters, and that's where I think we have this issue of having this line at the U.S. border where we don't manage what's below that line. And the question then is, well, how do we deal with the fact that we don't manage below that line? Can we come up with a good, solid, robust estimate of what's in U.S. waters? Is there some collaborative arrangement that we have with Mexico where we try and do something that's a little beyond that acknowledges the fact that this is the stocks on both sides of that border? And I think that's the work that we have to do. We have to look at the regulatory authority for it, and we have to look at what does it mean on the scientific side. And I think it's a reality we live in. So I don't want to. I think we still are moving to one stock management within the reality that we manage what's in U.S. waters, and that we only manage U.S. waters. And how we get there is by necessity going to have to consider, okay, what can we know about the population as a whole, and how are we going to use that information?
Dr. Lind.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you both for this discussion about the over-the-border issue. Can I just ask, while you are here, ask the National Marine Fisheries Service, what are the institutions for the Science Center in the region, or institutions or processes that might already be in place to raise this issue with your Mexican counterparts, to say, look, we're going to do a assessment, West Coast, we're working on the science, would love your collaboration, and eventually, of course, some kind of discussion of sharing that. So is there already a mechanism through which this issue could be raised sooner rather than later? Thank you.
Kelly?
Thanks, Dr. Lent. Maybe we want to hold this question until we get to council discussion, and we can have NIMS on the ready to answer. Thank you.
All righty. I am getting a little bit, these questions are all amazing, but we're getting a little bit behind. So any more questions? All right. It was a pretty good interrogation. You guys held well. Thank you very much for your report.
Thanks. I hope we helped.
Thank you.
Well, we'll find out, won't we? Thank you. All right. I think before our bathroom break, we'll try to get public comment in, and then after that, before council discussion, we'll take a 10-minute break so you guys have something to anticipate. All righty. So there he is, Ben Eckenap. Go ahead, sir, when you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, Vice Chair Smith. I'm Ben Eckenap, representing Oceana. Appreciate the opportunity to give some public comment. The Pacific sardine population has collapsed 95% since its most recent peak in 2006. The directed fishery has closed below the 150,000 metric ton threshold since about 2015, and Pacific sardine are currently under a rebuilding plan, which could take another decade before this population begins to collapse. Clearly, you are and the industry are under a lot of pressure to make some changes to management and find relief for the fishing industry as this population has collapsed. And I want to stress that the cutoff, since that question came up, is a critical component to the harvest control rule for forage species. This provides a reserve for the spawning stock biomass so that it can recover after it has been crashed. And it's important for forage fish because coastal pelagic species forage fish have that unique schooling behavior. So they're especially vulnerable to overfishing even at low population size. But I'd also suggest that it's not so unlike other harvest control rules that you have. For example, the Groundfish 40-10 policy where you close directed fishing below 10%. And this population has collapsed 95%. So we really important to protect this last bit, this last vestige of the population and give it a chance to rebuild and protect its role as forage. It has long been understood that the northern and southern stocks are not genetically different. This is not new. So we're finding it a little bit surprising that now there's this new paper out there saying, hey, it's one panmictic stock, maybe we should change management. That's not new information, and we're not arguing that point. But there are important phenotypic differences, including different spawning areas, habitat use, and migration patterns that for the purpose of fishery management make these two northern and southern populations unique. And treating them just as one could likely risk overfishing and depletion that would be masked by treating it as one broader population. And really, this change would go against about 30 years of scientific information behind the two-stock hypothesis, including a lot of work by the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and the SSC to really define that habitat and help improve the stock assessment models and the management going forward. So this really would be a major change. So I want to be clear, it came up in the staff report. The Magnuson-Stevens Act does not limit the definition of a fish stock to genetics. It defines a stock of fish to be a species, a subspecies, a geographical grouping, or other category of fish capable of management as a unit. So there are practical and important differences between these populations and that are unique for management, recognizing their different habitat use, reproduction, and productivity. So before you do make these important changes, we want to make a few requests. One is that there be a Center for Independent Experts review of the science and of the differences in managing, the implications of managing one stock versus two. And then if you do proceed, I just want to underscore, because I think this was a really important point, it was in the SSC statement, that you must first prepare a new stock assessment and a management strategy evaluation and revise all the Pacific sardine reference points, BMSY, EMSY, MSST, plus the harvest control rule factors. That has to happen. You cannot rely on an old operating model that was built for a northern subpopulation if you're going to now treat them as a single stock. There is no option where you get to redefine the stock and keep all those management reference points. It's not just about reviewing them, it's about taking the time to recalculate them and build them into management. So in conclusion, our recommendations are, well, first we would like to see a broader range of alternatives that would include consideration of managing two stocks, a southern stock and a northern stock. We are disappointed that you're only looking at one action alternative. Second, we'd like to see a Center for Independent Experts review of the science and the management. That is something that the National Marine Fisheries Service can call for, and the council could certainly call for. And then if you do decide that given the science, you want to move forward with one stock, you must do the full new stock assessment and management strategy evaluation of your harvest control rules and reference points to align with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Any questions for Ben? Corey, writings.
Thanks, Ben. My question is really regarding this concept. You talked about, the science isn't new. This genetic difference or not difference has been known for a while, but then you noted that there are sort of other differences that you're seeing, and I think you mentioned spawning areas and a couple other things. So my question is really regarding the conservation concerns. The discussion that we just had under the advisory body reports, thinking about ways to think about those ecological, biological differences. So are there any specific concerns you see to moving to one stock management that are currently being addressed under two stock management? I mean, I guess Mr. Niles kind of got at this a little bit with his comment. You know, what are we really looking at here? What's the difference? So I'm just curious what are your thoughts on what that difference is? You know, what we would be losing from a conservation concern standpoint by moving to one stock.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Corey, for your question. So we are concerned that there would be a difference, that you'd end up risking overfishing. So if you're saying that the overall biomass is now larger because it's one panmictic stock, right, then you're setting an overall higher catch limit. But if that's really concentrating the directed fishery on just say the northern subpopulation, for example, and not the southern subpopulation, you risk further depleting and overfishing that northern population. And that's, you know, this idea that's long been part of the management of the stock, right, is that there are two spawning populations, one spawning, the northern population spawning off of Southern California, and then making these long, as adults, migrations up into the Pacific Northwest, where you get those really big, important sardine. And those long, you know, really large sardines are really important for the reproduction and survivability of the sardine populations. And we don't want to lose those important phenotypic differences in the population, which is at risk if we're no longer considering those.
Thanks, that's really helpful. Is it, I think I tend to think about things sometimes from the groundfish perspective, or maybe I'm not thinking about this right, but is that sort of equivalent of like a localized depletion issue that we sometimes think about when we think about rockfish?
Yeah, that might be a good way to think about it, localized depletion. But, you know, local being the Northern California current ecosystem. You know, if we're thinking more broadly about, you know, a stock that ranges from the Gulf of California to Southeast Alaska. But yeah, so localized depletion with major implications for the California current and the marine wildlife and fisheries that depend on it.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands, thank you, Ben, for your testimony. Next, remotely, we have Jesse Beck.
Hello, all. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. I would like to thank council members and staff for their time. My name is Dr. Jesse Beck, and I would like to submit this comment on behalf of the nonprofit Wild Oceans. In light of updated information on the genetic panmixia of the Pacific sardine populations, Wild Oceans respects Longo et al.'s results and the revision of the Pacific sardine into a single stock based on these genetic results. We would like to highlight that there are examples of the management of single stocks into regionally defined units or actions for the purpose of protecting habitats and roles within ecosystems, both aspects which are mandated by the Magnuson-Stevens Act. If the council decides to revise the current Pacific sardine stock definition and amend the CPS fishery management plan to include all Pacific sardine in U.S. waters in the fishery management unit as one stock, delineated coastwide, we respectfully encourage the council members to incorporate the following considerations into next steps to develop an FMP. The first is the inclusion of ecological factors, such as trophic and predator interactions, into management frameworks. This is especially important for sardines, as periods of low biomass could result in declines to predators such as halibut and dolphins, particularly in the northern extent of the Pacific sardine range, as demonstrated in Kaplan et al. 2017. This may require region-specific management, possibly through spatial or temporally explicit cutoffs, that include the differing trophic relationships of Pacific sardines across their range. Another option could be a pilot of if-then statements as proposed in Special Project 1 to build in spatially informed management actions. We suggest that any spatial or temporal management should be balanced in such a way to avoid human-induced changes to gene flow. The second consideration is the prioritization of resources and collaboration building with Mexican counterparts to collect and jointly share survey data needed to make decisions for the species that takes into account their full range and population. While management decisions may need to occur without these data as collaborations are being developed, we ask that commitments are made by U.S. data collectors to work with and support Mexican counterparts to conduct surveys across the full Pacific sardine range. I would also like to mention that it is my understanding that the Tri-National Sardine and Small Pelagics Forum has been an ongoing avenue for sharing such information. Our final consideration is the recommendation of a longer timeline as needed for staff and scientists to develop an FMP that adequately balances single stock management with regional ecosystem needs and development of viable transnational survey data streams. I thank the council members for their time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions of Dr. Beck? Corey Writings.
Thanks, Dr. Beck. Really appreciate you being here and providing this input. My question is regarding your bullet point number 3, a recommendation of a longer timeline. So we've had a little bit of discussion today already about the timeline, and I just wanted to hear sort of from your perspective, your concerns about why a longer timeline might be needed and what would be important to include in that timeline.
I think it's a challenging question in general. As I witnessed the ongoing conversations in the CPS management groups or advisory bodies, I really saw some differences between what I thought were the timelines needed for robust analysis of parameters across a full Pacific sardine range, including Mexican waters, with the push to make management decisions within the current timeline that seems to me short and limiting the possibility for full incorporation of those data sets into making the appropriate parameters. Does that answer your question?
Thanks, it does. And it's good to get that specificity about what you think there. I realize in my earlier comments to the AS, I think I mentioned collaboration with Mexico and noted fishermen and scientists, but also folks like Wild Oceans also have connections and ideas. And I think you just said something about the Tri-Pelagics Forum as a possible place to do some of that collaboration. Thanks for mentioning that. And could you tell us a little bit more about that forum?
I cannot tell you more about that forum, but it was brought up by NIMS scientists in the management team that had previously been a collaboration opportunity in the past.
Thanks for highlighting that.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Dr. Beck. Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you. Anybody else sneak in there? Chris? All right. So I think we'll take a break here, and it looks like I can give you just one more minute, so we'll come back at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Going. All righty, so we're entering council discussion with hopefully some motions at some point in time. Mr. Chairman, get us started off with some words of wisdom.
Sure, I'll start while the smarter people here organize their thoughts and think about this. That maybe less discussion to start, but acknowledgement or appreciation in the NIMS report. What we heard was a commitment to doing the work, both in the region and the science centers, the things that need to be done. What's laid out, and we haven't made a decision on whether or not we're going forward or anything, but there's in our documents what the staff proposes in the schedule. Very aggressive, requires a lot of work. The advantage of that, I mean, we could stretch this out and try to get something ready for the 28-29 sardine season, but it leaves that 27-28 in limbo. And, you know, what we saw yesterday, we could do something, but I don't think that's the best pathway. So to prepare to have something ready for 27-28 sardine season requires a lot of work in a hurry. I think as Ms. Riding said, we also want to do that right. And I'm of the opinion that whether you take 2 years to do it, 18 months or 6 months, it's the same amount of work. It's just the pace at which you have to do that. And at this more aggressive schedule that we have, I have full confidence that everyone working on it is going to do the right thing. We're going to have the right package when that's complete, assuming we go down this pathway. So, you know, that's acknowledgement that it puts a burden on the National Marine Fisheries Service and the need for an assessment, but they've stepped up. We need that. We're complying. This helps us comply with the executive order on seafood and get some of these things done to benefit our fisheries and things. So the only thing, and maybe later on in discussion it might be more workload planning, is I'm troubled, you know, in my mind, trying to sequence all of these things. If we follow that schedule, I just looked ahead to our year at a glance. Typically in November is when we do the sardine harvest management measures and the specifications. And if this is all set up, depending on when the publication of a final rule would be, again, assuming we go down this pathway, publication of a final rule that possibly would occur in May, what the council does in April, you know, there's some things that are more workload, and how we thread that needle to complete this package to be prepared should we decide to implement for the 27-28 season. So some pieces to consider there, but I think the biggest thing is the council family, the region, NIMS, everybody here is prepared to move forward should we do that, and we can meet that schedule. So I think that's a positive thing. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, with your words of wisdom there. I think we've had some great reports, public comment, and we had a little pre-question and answer that went on. And so I think we have come to the time where we should open it up for council discussion, thoughts. And Jamie Dimon, I hope you raised your hand. Well, yes, you did. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. And thanks to the advisory bodies for all their work reviewing staff reports and providing input. This is I think, a very long time coming. And hearing from our advisory bodies, it's apparent there's broad agreement. We need to revise the current stock definition. As I kind of pointed out yesterday during the harvest specs, if we had already begun this and got this going, we would be looking at something very different for our fishing communities right now. As noted in the situation summary, there's newly available scientific literature on Pacific sardine, including genetic studies and a review of the research on the Pacific sardine population structure. There's the scientific evidence to support this long-held hypothesis, a lack of evidence to support the long-held hypothesis of two distinct subpopulations. So we need to update our FMP for the entire U.S. coast. And I just, not to stop discussion because I believe we will have a bit, but I do have a motion when we get there.
Okay, well, don't go very far with that motion. All right, any other discussion? Justin.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just hearing the words from Mr. Hassemer and about the confidence that we'll have the right people working on this timeline. I agree with those statements and all that we heard today, that council staff, NIMS, and advisory bodies would be providing input to, if we were to adopt this IFPA. So I would just saying that I feel like there's a lot of preparation, and we heard a lot about that too. And of course, there are ecological needs to consider, and I know that those will be factored into the work that will be done, and so all of those need to be considered. So I just wanted to say that I feel like there's enough momentum now, and there'll be a lot of work to do, but I feel like we're having the right people working on it.
Thank you. Any other? Well, Ms. Diamond, you volunteered for a motion. Why don't you
Yes.
let her rip.
Okay. Hey, I move the council adopt alternative 1 in agenda item F5, attachment 1, April 2026 as the interim final preferred alternative. And then, can scroll up. It's 2 separate parts. So the council action part 2 is step 2 after we do this.
Okay, is the motion on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is.
All right. Do I have a second to the motion? Seconded by Corey Writings. May speak to your motion.
Thank you. I appreciate this decision to revise the management unit to a coastwide stock in the U.S. jurisdiction per alternative 1 is a first step, but it's an important one for the process in updating our management to be consistent with the latest science. Additionally, I agree with moving forward and establishing next steps and can provide that guidance when needed. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, any questions about the motion to the motion maker? Okay, discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, I guess I will call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you, Jamie.
And I can provide that further guidance as part of part 2 of our task.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so provide guidance on process to revise the fishery management unit. As stated in F5 attachment 1, there's work that can be reviewed in the near term to help ensure we make progress. Specifically, and this is on page 11 of this attachment. The next step will be a review of key management provisions for Pacific Sardine described in the CPS FMP as outlined in section 3.3 of attachment 1 to determine if any of these reference points or other management criteria must be reaffirmed or revised. And then as described in F5 supplemental attachment 2, the CPS subcommittee of the SSC should have a meeting over the summer to review options for generating or reviewing the MSST and the OFL for the IFPA, while also a joint CPS-MT, CPSAS, SSC meeting can be tasked with applying the HG control rule formula to the revised stock with recommendations for appropriate parameter values. Based on what's described in that supplemental attachment, there appears to be past analysis that can be reviewed on critical elements, and the meetings seem like reasonable next steps. And then the technical team at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center has begun work to develop science products to support management of the IFPA stock definition from what we saw yesterday, and potentially including a coast-wide stock assessment. I would look to council staff and NIMS to invite the appropriate attendees and participants for any meetings this summer. And I just want to reiterate that it's already been put out there by Chair Hassemer and Mr. Ainsworth, but I'm very confident in NIMS and council staff to move this forward on this aggressive time frame. I believe we need to move forward with the plan on the timeline as laid out in Katrina's presentation. And if there were to be any issues, I also believe that they can notify us if there were to be a major delay in some timeline. But I believe they are able to make adjustments as needed to move things forward. We have the tools in the toolbox to be responsive and handle things as they arise along the way. But I also saw in the presentation from Dr. Yao yesterday, she mentioned that there was the slide, what was it? I want to say 3, which showed the schedule for activities as of March, noting that today hadn't happened and it was scheduled for the assessment of the 2 subpopulations and of the northern subpopulation. And so I believe that could, I guess I probably shouldn't suppose, but I would think that that can be converted into a benchmark of a coast-wide stock. I would think instead of spinning our wheels, doing something repetitive. But yeah, just on that. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Jamie. Is this guidance clear and amenable to everyone? Uh-oh. Ms. Brady.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Ms. Diamond, for laying out the motion and the guidance, and I just wanted to speak in support of it.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, I appreciate, thanks, Jamie, for pulling all this together into guidance. I guess my question, I would just look to the staff, Katrina, and to NIMS for confirmation, and because it's an aggressive schedule and pieces that, is there more information or guidance they would need at this point in time? Talked about the assessment and the work that needs to be done, just to make sure we catch all the parts and pieces. So either Katrina or Josh, does this make sense? And I'm sure it does since it references your documents, but is there something missing yet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This guidance is very clear, and I appreciate the work it took to put that together and ensure we have clarity moving into the next steps. I believe that this gives us enough guidance to coordinate that review of the sardine management criteria that was proposed, and schedule meetings over the summer to have that work reviewed and prepare something to bring to the council in September as scheduled. And September would be a good time to have that check-in, as Ms. Diamond suggested, to note if there are any major roadblocks we are experiencing. I am hearing from Ms. Diamond's guidance that it is a priority to schedule a coast-wide sardine assessment as possible for 2027 rather than the northern subpopulation benchmark assessment that is currently scheduled, which would represent a shift from the assessment priorities that the council has previously adopted. I would look to the agency to confirm whether that approach would be possible.
Okay. Josh, you have anything to add to the?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I believe that's the plan I tried to lay out earlier during this report. That sounds like there's agreement to not have staff work on a benchmark for the northern subpopulation. Instead, work towards providing some sort of U.S. coastwide assessment that aligns with the motion here for 2027.
Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks. That was helpful, Katrina and Josh. I'm not very good at metaphors, but I feel like we're entering onto a long road trip here. And I don't know where to start. I agree with much of what Ben said about genetics not being the only story, and there being phenotypic behavioral differences, spatial separation, and all that. And hearing the SSC say we need management strategy evaluation. This is, and it's, excuse me, and needing to recalculate all this stuff. But it seems like it's a long road we're on. Rest stop number one is next year's assessment, as Josh just described. But we're not waiting for a management strategy evaluation or all these questions we have to be answered at once. But we're making incremental improvement, and so yeah, it's still these pieces are still a little hard to follow. But I think it's going to be a step-by-step thing, and yeah, one day hopefully we'll have the resources and time for management strategy evaluation. And I'll just, keep it brief for time, but I think this is sounding, I almost want to go back to the other approach right now because it sounds easier. And it's like as a number of people have spoken to, it's, it is the collaboration with Mexico that's on the science that'll be really important. And I am encouraged because we have, we have Ryan Wolf leading the region here, and I don't know anybody who has as much international experience as he does, and I know he'll bring that to this issue as well. And yeah, this is a challenging road. Is a long way. What's going through my mind, but this seems like the way to start at it. So thank you, Jamie, for the motion, the guidance, and to staff and NIMS for putting this all together.
Corey Writings.
Thanks, Ms. Diamond, for putting the motion together and providing this guidance. I think as part of this guidance, I would like to see, I heard a little bit of discussion about sort of check-ins and timelines, and Mr. Niles just mentioned sort of step-by-step, and I think that is an important part of this process and this guidance because there are a lot of moving pieces, and we are just at the start of the road trip, that transparency in the road trip is important. So just requesting both council staff, NIMS, state folks that are going to work on this, that we have the ability as a council to get reports, even if they're short, to the council so we know where we're at on this sort of stuff, where the science is and where the needs are. I think that transparency is really important. So I appreciate that as part of the process. Secondarily, I think this is included in the guidance, but just to specify, I think we had a good discussion here I think the advisory body reports were really thought out, and think that what we heard under public comment is still important to consider as part of this process. So just noting, as the folks that work on this move forward, I hope that that's clear, that our discussion in those reports and the public comment are part of that. So thanks again, Ms. Diamond.
Thank you, Corey. Sharon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think this is probably embodied in your guidance, but just specifically to call out, staff had recommended that the council should add a CPS workload planning and stock assessment prioritization item to its June agenda. I would argue that every meeting we have for the next 6 months, we would want that as part of our our agenda and called out in our year to glance, just to try to kind of getting along what Corey asked for in terms of recognizing that we do want kind of consistent check-ins just to kind of keep abreast in terms of how it's going. I think that's covered. I just wanted to call that out specifically as, you know, kind of part of the guidance that I think is embodied within your motion.
So I think that, sorry, you're asking for like this to be agendized on at each meeting, or just like an informational report? Like that wouldn't be a meeting.
Yes, kind of along the line of Corey, some sort of an informational report, and just so that we do have a little tickle at an agenda item, so that if there is anything to report, there is that opportunity.
And I think that since this is,
and that becomes part of workload planning.
Yeah.
So no change to the motion, just something I was kind of reminding us of relative to workload planning.
Thank you, Sharon, for your great words there. I think that since this is guidance and not a motion, I think Katrina, excuse me, is writing these notes down as we speak. And so I think, unless there's any more that we think is left out, I think we can maybe turn our mics off so we don't hurt Craig's ear by the rocks rolling around our head when we shake yes or no. I think we can move on with this guidance as written. Does that seem fair and amenable to all the council members around the table? Okay. All right. Katrina, did we do our job, or did we do our job?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You have done your job. You have adopted an interim final preferred alternative for the sardine stock definition as alternative 1. This will allow us to move forward with scoping next steps for a holistic FMP amendment for that stock definition. And you have also provided sufficient guidance on next steps outlined to develop that FMP amendment package for the stock definition, including providing guidance on workload priorities for this in the context of this action. So with that, I think your work is complete here.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, before I hand the mic over back to you, I apologize. We're 24 minutes late, but I think they were a great 24 minutes. And Brad, you wanted to add something. I'm sorry, Brad.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Vice Chair, just, our good friend Mike O isn't here to see this day, and I know he was really looking forward to it. And just glad sorry, he couldn't see it. So anyway, but it's a good day for CPS, I believe. So thank you.
Thank you for those. So, Mr. Chair, if there's some seat changing going on, then you have the gavel.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for that good work. Yes, change a few seats. We'll all hang tight here so we can get started as soon as possible. Jesse, you can give me the signal when you're ready to go. All right, thank you. We're going to move back into Groundfish now. Agenda item C4, so I will turn to Jesse Waller for the overview. Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item C4, harvest specifications for 27-28 fisheries. This meeting, the council is scheduled to adopt interim final preferred 27-28 harvest specifications under this item or C7 as necessary, with the exception of widow rockfish. Yesterday, you made your motion on widow rockfish alternatives, so we will be taking final action on those in June. Any final action on specifications, including those not adopted in April, will occur at that meeting. The council will receive recommendations from management entities to aid in these decisions. As a reminder, in November 25 and March 26, you adopted your PPA for 27-28 harvest specifications for managed groundfish stocks and stock complexes. Attachment 1 provides a description of 27 and 28 harvest specifications and the biological impacts associated with the default and alternative harvest control rules under consideration. Table 4 in Attachment 1 describes the stocks with alternative harvest control rules and provides the 27-28 specs for those stocks. A summary of the alternatives is provided in your SITSUM. Appendix 1 in Attachment 1 provides the default harvest control rule values for 27-28 harvest specifications, which were all adopted as PPA for groundfish stocks, except for those without alternatives under consideration. Your council action for today is to adopt interim preferred harvest specifications for 27-28 groundfish fisheries, with the exception of widow rockfish. As I mentioned, there was Attachment 1 in your briefing book. You also have an SSC, GMT, and GAP report. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on the overview before we begin? And seeing no questions, then we will go immediately to the reports. The first is the Scientific and Statistical Committee. Dr. Galen Johnson. Welcome back.
Good to see you again, Mr. Chair and Council. And I believe Dr. Aaron Berger is online from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center for help with questions. I will be reading the Supplemental SSC Report 1, the Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Harvest Specifications for 2027 to 2028 fisheries. The SSC reviewed the interim 2027 and 2028 overfishing limits and acceptable biological catches for U.S. West Coast groundfish stocks and stock complexes identified in the harvest specification impact analyses for the 2027 to 28 biennium. Agenda item C4, Attachment 1. This included provisional harvest specifications using the default harvest control rules and alternate HCRs under consideration. The SSC endorses the OFLs and ABCs listed in Appendix 1 of Attachment 1 that use the default harvest control rule. The SSC also endorses the OFLs and ABCs in Table 4, Agenda Item C4, Attachment 1, that were provided under alternate harvest control rules, the preliminary preferred alternative 2, for the remaining stocks under consideration.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Johnson on the SSC report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Johnson. I know this report was fairly brief, and I appreciate that. Based on some things that I suspect are going to come up here in our discussion, do you recall the SSC's discussion about chili pepper and the differences between default and what was alternative 2 and what those differences might mean? I think there might be some interest in exploring something other than the PPA for that.
At this meeting, we did not discuss the trade-offs. Aaron, I don't know if you want to add some more context from the Groundfish Subcommittee.
Nope, I concur, Galen. Just checking that you can hear me, though.
Yes.
Okay. Yep, nope, nothing further to add. I agree with that.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next, we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Sarah Neani. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll read the GAP report for agenda item C4. The GAP recommends the council select as their PPA as the interim FPA for all stocks and complexes with the exception of yellow eye rockfish. For yellow eye, the GAP recommends alternative 1, the default as FPA. Stocks with alternative harvest control rules being considered are summarized in Table 1 with rationale for the recommendations described in more detail below. And we just put together this table. We indicated our preferred choice in blue, and the GAP and GMT recommendations align. So we put a GAP GMT column in there just to try to make it easier. We also included 25, 26 numbers so that you could easily have those for comparison. So going on to the next page, we'll go more detail for each species. The GAP recommends alternative 2 as the FPA for canary, which would result in 27-28 ACLs of 643 and 664. The impact analysis states that the choice between alternatives will not impact the overall stock status in the projection period, but alternative 2 will provide an additional 37 metric tons in 2027 and 41 metric tons in 2028, which are significant to our fisheries. For chili pepper, the GAP recommends alternative 2 as the FPA for chili pepper rockfish, which would result in 27-28 ACLs of 2,114 metric tons to be split north and south, while Alt 1 would provide an additional 1,097 metric tons in 27 and 972 metric tons in 28. The GAP does not anticipate that Alt 2 would be constraining in either the north or the south as part of the shelf rockfish complex, or the south managed individually during the next biennium, and Alt 2 results in higher stock status over the time period. For petrale, the GAP recommends alternative 2 as the FPA, which would result in ACLs of 2489 for both years. The impact analysis states that the choice between alternatives will not impact the overall stock status in the projection period, but Alt 2 will provide an additional 40 metric tons in 27 and 66 metric tons in 28. As described in our March report referenced above, petrale is a highly important stock to the bottom trawl fishery, and the additional quota will provide socioeconomic benefits. For rough-eye black-spotted, the GAP recommends alternative 2 as the FPA, which would result in 27-28 ACLs of 300 metric tons. The GAP continues to support this cautious approach to accommodate recent maximum catch for this long-lived and targetable species because the scale of the assessment is uncertain. For short spine, the GAP recommends alternative 2 as the FPA, which would result in ACLs of 902 metric tons. The GAP continues to support alternative 2 to lessen impacts from the drastic ACL increase due to the 23 stock assessment, which was a 59% reduction from 2024 to 2025. In comparison to the default harvest control rule, this approach would provide an additional 55 metric tons of short spine in 2027 and 46 metric tons in 2028. Short spine is currently constraining to both the trawl and non-trawl commercial fisheries, and the additional quota would provide some needed flexibility for trawl participants and targeting opportunities for non-trawl participants. Additionally, as shown in the catch-only projection for short spine, the stock status over the time series varies less than 0.1%, and the ACL decreases no more than 2 metric tons in any year through the 2036 ACL. And that assumes 100% attainment for the full period, suggesting that there's no risk to the stock by allowing increased yield in the interim. For yellow eye rockfish, the GAP recommends alternative 1, which would result in ACLs of 113 metric tons. While the council and GAP previously proposed and supported alternative 2 as the PPA, which would have been 85 metric tons, to provide a precautionary approach for the stock being declared newly rebuilt, while allowing for minimal retention opportunities in fisheries. After further consideration, the GAP recommends alternative 1 in combination with the status quo non-trawl ACT structure set at a level that results in essentially the same precautionary approach, but with more flexibility to manage restrictive retention allowances in fisheries that will benefit the collection of data for this species. And just noting that the GAP will address management measures, including ACTs, in agenda item C7, which we're still working on. The biological risks to the stock associated with each alternative are almost identical, with both trajectories seeing increases over time in the fraction unfished. Therefore, alternative 1 in combination with the status quo management structure, i.e. ACTs, is still highly precautionary, but will allow for fishery benefits and collection of biological data important for tracking the status of the species. And last, for yellowtail rockfish north, the GAP recommends alternative 2 as the FPA, which would result in ACLs of 50/50 and 47/30 metric tons. The impact analysis states that the choice between alternatives will not impact the overall stock status in the projection period, but alternative 2 will provide an additional 327 metric tons in 27 and 190 metric tons in 28, which will help reduce the impacts of the significant ACL decline from the most recent 25 stock assessment. And that concludes the GAP report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Take a little time. Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Hassler. Sarah, if I know she talked about chili pepper. You talk about you're not going to go over, not going to catch the full amount of fish. That's why with the lower number. But did you talk about what it meant to individual vessels as far as vessel caps? Did you get into that discussion much?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Pettinger, for the question. So, yeah, we did not explicitly discuss how this would impact vessels in the IFQ program. That's a good point. When the GAP decided to align with the GMT on this proposal for chili pepper to go with alternative 2, which sets a lower ACL than would be available under the default harvest control rule, the GAP was really looking at that catch projection that was prepared by the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. And we were looking out over the 10-year period and saw that in the next biennium, chili pepper would actually go up and that it would remain high and more stable under that 10-year period. And so that's why the GAP sort of went with that approach. Our assessments assume 100% mortality. And so it is possible that with a catch-only projection under any of these alternatives, it could actually be higher than in that 10-year period. I don't think the GAP was hard over on selecting alternative 2 over alternative 1. We were just looking ahead and trying to plan because we don't know how many catch-only updates would be available in the next cycle. There was a large competition for catch-only updates, and obviously the council is pretty crunched for time. So we were just thinking that if we set it there, it would stay more stable over the period. But we didn't explicitly talk about what that would do to individual vessels in the IFQ fishery where they might benefit from additional quota. So I don't think the GAP was firm on this alternative. It was our initial during scoping. It was for the PPA and then for the FPA. So thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. A little slow to get the hand up. Just wanted to say thanks to the GAP for outlining the table the way you did and showing where the GMT and the GAP are combined in the recommendations. That's been really helpful for me, for us. So I know that takes some extra work to do the coordination and make the tables, and wanted to acknowledge the effort. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Mattis. I appreciate that. We appreciate that.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a Groundfish Management Team report. Mr. Thompson Benez. Thompson, before you get started, I just want to make an announcement on the schedule. It's been brought to my attention. We were scheduled to finish this item, then go to salmon, then come back to the C5 groundfish item. Salmon, it looks pretty confident that they will not be ready for lunch, so we would proceed, since the groundfish people are here, from this agenda item into C5 after this. If we need to take a bit of a break there, if there was some final prep that people were doing, we can do that. But it's most likely we will progress from this into C5 when we finish this agenda item. So, sorry, Thompson, please go ahead with the Groundfish Management Team report.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Council. I'm here to read the Groundfish Management Team report on the biannual harvest specifications for 27 and 28, including overfishing limits and acceptable biological catches. In November of 2025 and in March of 2026, the Groundfish Management Team reviewed and discussed the trade-offs for the stocks considered under Action Item 1, 2027 and 2028 specifications. In brief, those reports highlighted the GMT and GAP under agreement on the preliminary preferred alternatives for Alternative 2 for all species under consideration for alternative HCRs, except for widow rockfish, which is addressed in a separate agenda item yesterday, and default harvest control rules for all other species. The GMT and GAP discussed the alternative HCRs and continue to recommend the Council adopt the November 2025 and March 2026 PPA as FPA for all species except yellow eye rockfish and widow rockfish. For yellow eye rockfish, the GAP and GMT recommend Alternative 1. The joint GMT and GAP FPA recommendations are captured in Table 1. For yellow eye rockfish, the recommendation FPA differs from the previously adopted and recommended PPA. Widow rockfish alternative HCRs are addressed under C3. First section of the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan and the HCRs in place during the prior biennium are the default HCRs for the next biennium. With limited exceptions, several alternative HCRs under consideration for the 2027-2028 biennium include constant catch, acceptable biological catches, annual catch limits, or phase-in approach. These constant catch and phase-in HCRs, if implemented for the 2027-2028 biennium, would be the default HCR for the 2029-30 biennium. Given that these HCRs are intended for the 2027-2028, the GMT notes their default HCR should revert back to the HCR from the 2025-2026 biennium. Consistent with the Council analytical document, the GMT notes that for canary rockfish, the adopted catch-only projection applies the 40-10 rule beginning in 2029 after excluding it for 2027 and 2028. And therefore assumes the default HCR starting in 2029. The Council analytical document, the GMT did not explicitly state that the 40-10 rule would again be the default HCR in 2029 for canary rockfish. The GMT is now doing so as indicated in Table 1. There's Table 1. You can see the Alternative 1 and our bolded recommendations for each of the species mentioned. Yellow eye rockfish. The Alternative 2 HCR for yellow eye rockfish was added to the range in November 2025 as a precautionary HCR in response to the 2025 update assessment, which estimated the stock to be at 40.1% unfished in 2025, narrowly exceeding the management biomass target. The GMT recommends Alternative 1 HCR for yellow eye rockfish because the status quo management tools available to the Council may serve to address the precaution without the need for a lower ACL. The GMT also does not see the need to retain the ACTs under Alternative 2, otherwise the precautionary tools may be duplicative. The yellow eye rockfish HGs under Alternative 2, assuming the ACTs are removed, are nearly equal to the ACT amounts under Alternative 1, Table 2. However, Alternative 1 would provide more flexibility to all sectors and allow for data collection through limited retention in preparation for future benchmark assessment. Under either alternative, the coastwide stock for yellow eye rockfish is projected to remain above V40. The GMT will provide additional advice on the use of ACTs under Alternative 1 in our C7 supplemental report when the decision for ACTs are considered. The values in Table 2 below account for the updated tribal off-the-top request. Tables 1, 5, and 1.6 in the Council analytical document provide the percentages between no action Alternative 1 and 2, which clarifies how much of a difference or decrease there is between the ACL in 2025 and 2026. And there's Table 2, so I won't read it word for word, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions on the Groundfish Management Team report? Brad Penninger, you don't have to ask a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Asman. Thompson, back to the chili pepper, the lower numbers for a constant catch strategy. Just want to make sure there was no biological issues with a higher number just a year after a constant catch strategy. That was your impetus. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Pettinger. Excellent question. Yeah, there are no biological implications for either alternative control rule. The GMT was noting that mortality south of 4010 was about half of what the projected ACL would be under that constant catch. So similar to Sarah's answer, we were looking at the OFL over the 10-year period and noticed that it remained higher for longer. But if we missed something and we think that effort will increase, that would alternative one would be just as fine. The GMT has no hesitation on that. And like Sarah said, you could always do a catch line projection update and get those savings again.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Thompson. That, I believe, completes all our reports, takes us to public comment. There is one sign up, at least one. James Whitehill. James, can you hear us? Or hear us? It says in person. And not seeing him here, and he's not connected online. I think that completes our public comment then, and takes us into council discussion and action, adopting interim final harvest specifications. Anyone compelled to start the discussion here? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I was just waiting for others to chime up. But I have a motion if it ready when it's time, and this may help spur some additional discussion. So whenever we are ready.
All right. Let me just make sure. Is there any other overarching discussion people want to have? Not seeing any hands then. Let's have your motion.
Thank you, sir. I believe the Tower of Power has the motion. I can't help but call him that now. So I move the council adopt 1, default harvest control rule for calculating the annual catch limit ACLs for all stocks except widow rockfish and the stocks in the table below as the interim final preferred alternative for 2027-28, and 2, the alternative to HCRs as the interim FPA for the species in the table below based on GMT and GAP recommendations. For canary rockfish, alternative 2, ABC equals ACL P star of 0.45, which results in 643 and 664 metric tons respectively. Chili pepper rockfish, alternative 2, ACL equals 2,114 metric tons each year, 27-28, and then return to default in 2029. There is a footnote about chili pepper that it is apportioned 7% to the shelf rockfish complex north of 4010 and 93% managed individually south of 4010. Petrale sole, alternative 2, ABC ACL equals 2,489 metric tons for both 27 and 28 and return to default in 2029. For rough eye and black spotted rockfish, alternative 2 with an ACL of 300 metric tons each year, and with the footnote of that is apportioned 98% to the slope rockfish complex north of 4010 and 2% to the slope rockfish complex south of 4010. Short spine thorny head, alternative 2, ABC ACL equals 902 metric tons for each year 27-28, return to default in 2029. And for yellowtail rockfish north of 4010, alternative 2, ad hoc phased in with 5,050 metric tons in 2027 and 4,730 metric tons in 2028.
Thank you. It's not all on the screen, but as I followed along, everything you said appeared accurate and complete in there. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Caroline McKnight. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Chair. this is the culmination of many months of work by the SSC, the GAP, the GMT, our stat teams, et cetera, as we've asked for various runs. We are going for the default for most things, most species. And I do want to take note of yellow eye rockfish. As we've been talking about yellow eye rockfish over the last several months, I in particular have been wanting to be very precautionary because we are making changes based on an update assessment at 40.1% of unfished biomass. After discussions and listening to the GAP and the GMT, there's ways to be precautionary through our management measures. So adopting the default harvest control rule instead of the alternative 2, which had been the PPA, gives us the most flexibility in our management measures. And I think under C7, we will be talking about how to still be precautionary and just be very careful with what we're doing with yellow eye. For the alternative 2 species, the GAP and the GMT were both in agreement on those species all going to the secondary alternative. I didn't see, based on those reports, a need to change. And I do really want to specify that widow rockfish is specifically not part of this motion because we are still working on that in another process. So again, thanks to the GMT and the GAP for their work and how they laid their reports out to help with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions regarding the motion? Seeing no question. Oh, I'm sorry. Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had one quick clarification for Ms. Mattis, if we don't mind scrolling all the way back up. There we go. Just wanting to confirm, I know you're specifically here speaking to the ACL and the default harvest control rule, but my assumption in reading this is that you are blessing the OFL, ABC, and ACLs that are along with those harvest control rules.
Chair Hassmer, Ms. Weller, yes, my reading of the SITSUM was those were already done, but the intent is for them to be part of the default calculations.
Thank you. Further questions? Discussion on the motion, or is it a question? Either one. Brad, go ahead.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion.
Go ahead.
All right. I believe the Tower of Power has it, I believe. It's fairly short.
It'll be coming up in a second here.
Okay, there we go. I move to amend the 2027-2028 chili pepper rockfish ACLs to the default levels shown in C4 Attachment 1, April 2026, which sets the ACL equal to ABC. And I would ask maybe staff if she would need those numbers or not.
It makes specific reference to the table. I guess it's up to you if you want to include them in there or not.
Just clarification, maybe from
Jesse.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This would result in, for chili pepper north of 4010, which is in the shelf rockfish complex, it would be 225 compared to 216 under the alternative harvest control rule. And for chili pepper south, and this is for, sorry, I'm reading my wrong table. So for 2027, for chili pepper north of 4010, which is in the shelf rockfish complex, under alternative 1, the default, it would be 225 metric tons compared to 148 metric tons under the alternative 2. For 2018, it would be 216 compared to 148. For chili pepper south of 4010, which is managed individually, it would be 2,986 as the ACL in 2027 compared to 1,966 under the alternative 2. And in 2028, it would be 2,870 compared to 1,966 metric tons.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I probably should have let Brad speak to that when he gets to that. But the reference is there. So,
yes.
Brad, the language on the screen for your amendment. That's accurate and complete.
It is.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Chris Oliver. Please speak to your motion.
All right. I understand and appreciate the GMT and GAP statements for a constant catch strategy, and I see the need to move to more stable ACLs over the long term. However, the move to a higher default ACL doesn't mean that full attainment of chili pepper rockfish will occur. Given the number of vessels currently participating in the fishery and the natural constraints in a mixed stock fishery, I'd be very surprised if the constant catch ACL was attained. The lower number, constant catch, was attained. So in reality, the original levels of the constant catch strategy proposed by our advisory bodies would not be exceeded. We have a recent stock assessment which indicates the stock status is currently around 76, 77% of virgin levels, which is almost double our target of 40%. So there are no biological issues with the higher numbers. The higher numbers would also add around 60 metric ton to the northern shelf rockfish complex, which would be very beneficial to the participants that harvest groundfish in the waters north of 4010. I did reach out to participants in the fishery this morning for their input to make sure that I wasn't going sideways on them. And they were very supportive of the action that I was proposing this morning. Market opportunities have arisen in recent days here, and that's why I'm bringing this issue or this change to the table. And a vessel cap reduction we would see if the proposed ACLs would have hindered that market development. So anyway, there's my rationale.
Thank you. Questions regarding the motion to amend? Seeing no questions, discussion. And I'm seeing no hands for discussion, so I will call the motion, call the question on the motion to amend. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Motion passes with one abstention. Thank you. So now, before we move back, the main motion has been amended. I think we need to, where was the chili pepper? Was that in the number 2 table there? And so we would need to change those numbers. And we might have to have Jesse read those in because they're referencing a table, and we can insert those now to correct this motion as amended. So, or Lynn, do you want to do that?
Thank you, Vice Chair. An easy way might just be to delete the chili pepper row from this table, and then by default, it would be the default. And I think you would also need to remove chili pepper out of the text just above the table. That seems a clean way to me, but
okay.
I may be oversimplifying something. Thank you.
Okay, let's. Okay, then let's scroll up just to make sure the number 1. All right. So now we have the main motion as amended. I think if it's not appearing correct, somebody would say something here, but it has the chili pepper as the default. Sharon Kiefer?
Do we still need footnote A? Or did we just delete that because we took the chili pepper line out?
Jesse?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Ms. Keefe, you're correct. You would need to complete the amended motion, you would want to take out footnote A because that was specific to chili pepper.
All right. Thank you. catching that. So we're good. We don't have to change any other lettering or numbering there. All right. Further discussion on the motion as amended. Not seeing any discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Lynn. With that, I'm going to turn to Jesse. We had one task there. Is there more?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nope, you have completed your task today by adopting your interim final preferred harvest specifications with the exception of widow, and so we will finalize all that in June.
All right, thank you. Anything else to be discussed here on this agenda item before we close it out? Not seeing any hands then, we'll close agenda item C4 and we'll take a 10-minute break and come back on C5. Right. Again, I think it's been too long since everybody played musical chairs. When the music stops, that means you find a seat or you have to leave. All right, thank you. Well, I think we're ready to begin on C5. So again, I will turn to Jesse Waller for the overview. Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello again, council members. This is agenda item C5. There was a late breaking PowerPoint I had posted this morning to kind of help us walk through this agenda item. So this will be my overview. So as a reminder of this process, the Groundfish Workload and New Management Measures process, here we are looking to consider prioritizing development of any new management measures in respect to the 2026 Groundfish workload under this agenda item. As a reminder, we usually take this up in March of every year. However, due to staffing constraints, as well as the addition of all the widow rockfish items, we moved it from March till April. This is our dedicated time for constituents to propose new groundfish management measures for the council to consider. And we ask that you review and revise the existing list, which is attachment 1 in your briefing book, of proposed groundfish management measures and/or incorporate new proposals as appropriate. Note that you do not have to revise or any of your priorities, but it is the option at this time. Last year, you adopted a best practices document, which is linked in the SITSUM and in the presentation for this process. And there is a new website on the new webpage on the council's website that details this process for public awareness and reference that was created last year. So in terms of your workload list, again, this is attachment 1. There are 3 tables that can be found there. So table A is what your current priorities on. From last year, you had 5 identified priorities, the first of which was phase 2, which you took final action on in March of 2026. So that is no longer listed on table A. So you're done with that on the council level. The next priority was Specs Flex. That is looking to come back in November as your final action. Trawl Gear EFPs, the 2 of those, based on your discussion at the March meeting, we have put these on the year at a glance for June as an ROA PPA and September as an FPA. You also have the commercial sale of recreational fish waste. There has been no development or action on this item, and it's not slated on the year at a glance. And then finally, stock complexes is currently scheduled on the March 2027 agenda for scoping. Table B is your list of items that have yet to be prioritized. And Table C is new this year, and these are items that were prioritized outside of this process by the council. So here we have Trawl follow-on, currently on the year at a glance. We're scoping at this meeting, which I'll talk about in the next series of slides. And November of 2026, we are scheduled, it's shaded as ROA PPA. Additionally, the risk management item is currently shaded for November 2026 on the year at a glance. And one thing that was not in the table, but that has been brought up earlier this week, is that Special Project 1, which is agenda item H1, contains the ideas of if-then statements. So while that has been prioritized in the sense that it is part of that Special Project 1, so depending on your action under H1 tomorrow, you may want to consider your groundfish priorities under this item. In the SITSUM, we noted that council and NIM staff would be providing some workload considerations in a written or verbal update, and so wanted to provide those here. So as a reminder, as a part of council efficiencies, there is no groundfish agendized in September of even years, except for in season, and there is no groundfish in April of odd years. And this scheduling was intended to match the sequencing approach for other FMPs and provide more time for analysis to support council decision-making. That being said, we are currently looking for September 2026 to have 3 agenda items, including in-season, protocol for FMP species, and then the EFP final action that I mentioned previously. Other workload considerations going on in the background, we are currently assessing the phase 2 workload and timelines given the staggered implementation and its relationship to stock complexes. Based on staffing capacity as currently laid out, we will likely need to postpone risk management to March 2027. And due to staffing capacity in the widow rockfish items, as I already mentioned, we had delayed SpecFlex final action to November 2026. So that's just our overview of the workload process. And I might just pause here before I dig in deep on Trawl follow-on to see if there's any questions on kind of the overview of the process or those materials.
Thank you, Jesse. Any questions so far on the overview of the process? And seeing none, then please go ahead.
Okay, great. So we are here to start scoping for Trawl follow-on actions, and this was in supplemental attachment 2. And so as a reminder, in November, the council completed its second review of the Trawl Catch Share program. Throughout that process, several potential changes to the program have been raised. Council staff have taken the ideas proposed as well as raised new suggestions and grouped them into bins to support further development of follow-on actions at a later council meeting. And so in supplemental attachment 2, there are 10 items that I have here listed on the screen where we've kind of been different ideas that we've heard from stakeholders or managers about potential changes to the Trawl program. And so I'm going to go over each of them in short detail and happy to answer any questions at the end. So the first 3 items we're going to be discussing were considered as a part of the phase 2 cost project that the council completed in 2024. So the first is observer and EM coverage. So here, this item will be looking to shift the 100% requirement for at-sea coverage from 100% to something less. And the rationale behind this is that monitoring costs are incredibly high. We have an observer availability declining, as well as EM challenges, amongst other issues. There would need to be trade-offs to consider, including a loss of full accountability, potential changes in administrative costs, and any implications to future actions. For shore-based monitoring, currently require that there's 100% monitoring of offloads at first receivers. So this would be looking to shift from 100% to something less. Again, here we're looking at the purpose of this item is because monitoring costs are high, and there have been issues with getting catch monitors for certain ports for EM trips. And that's because if a vessel has an observer on board, that observer can typically operate as the catch monitor. However, for EM trips, after that delivers, you have to have a catch monitor at the plant, and sometimes in remote ports, it's really hard to have that person be there. Again, we'll have to look at trade-offs here, which can include how we're going to collect biological sampling. You know, specifically here, we're looking at salmon genetics as a really important example, and just what the overall cost savings might be of reducing or potentially eliminating shore-based monitoring requirements. The next item is the economic data collection program. So currently, there are annual surveys required of all participants in the Trawl Catch Share program, but this item could consider reducing or elimination of that program. Trade-offs would need to consider reduction of the burden to participants versus the potential data loss. And here you could look at changing the frequency of the survey. So as opposed to every year, you could look at every biennium or potentially in advance of the next Catch Share review. You could look at a subsample of participants on a given year or potentially streamline the data collected through the EDC program. The next item is the Adaptive Management Program, or AMP. So currently, only 90% of non-whiting quota share is actually issued, with 10% being held back as AMP. And so since the beginning of the program, we have just continued to pass that additional 10% on to non-whiting quota shares based on their quota share holdings. So AMP was initially designed to address goals including community and processor stability, conservation, unforeseen consequences, and facilitating new interests. You could consider changes to the program, including permanently issuing AMP to quota shareholders, issuing to active stakeholders or processors, could consider auction or a deemed value system are potential options proposed in supplemental attachment 2. The next item is mothership whiting utilization. So a part of following the last catch share program review follow-on actions, and you completed this a few years ago, was a whiting utilization action, which had 4 items that were intended to initially started with motherships, but expanded to all whiting sectors. And it was aimed at improving attainment and utilization and economic performance of those sectors. But here we'd be looking at a mothership item specifically aimed at improving that performance and utilization. One idea that has been brought up would be allow mothership catcher vessels to deliver whiting quota shoreside in cases where a mothership processor was not available. But that was just one idea that was mentioned during the hearings. Other measures could be included here to increase economic performance and attainment of the sector. The next item is accumulation limits. So there are 2 types of limits in the IFQ program. We have both quota share limits and then vessel limits. So our quota share limits have what we call individual and collective own and control limit, whereas vessel limits are on a vessel basis. We also have individual species limit for all of our quota species, as well as an overall non-whiting quota share and vessel limit. Based on the most recent catch share review, there are a few entities approaching any of the limits, whether that's quota share or vessel limits. And so here the council could consider if limits are actually serving their purpose, constraining efficiency or consolidation, and you could consider changing the limits. I do want to flag here that there is a relation to item B3, which is a holdover from the last catch share review, and that was looking at the non-whiting accumulation limit and actually the weighting that goes into that calculation. So you could consider, if you do choose to move forward this item, to kind of bringing B3 into this mix. The next item is at-sea bycatch. So currently, non-whiting groundfish in the at-sea sectors are managed by set-asides. Historically, in attachment 2, there is a history of the management of non-whiting groundfish by the at-sea sectors. And historically, we had managed 4 species as allocations. Over time, those were turned into set-asides. But the idea here is to clarify the intent of set-asides and potentially adjust measures to promote flexibility as needed. For regulatory changes, the National Marine Fisheries Service provided an advance report. So that's NMFS Report 1 that has several regulatory changes potentially that could be included for the program. Additionally, ideas that have been heard here, including changes declaration at sea. Specifically, one idea would be from midwater rockfish to shoreside whiting. And I'll flag that the GAP has some specific ideas here on the declarations at sea. There's also been the proposal to consider changing the fishing year from a January 1 start date to a May 1 start date. And finally, our last 2 items is IFQ quota species. And so currently we have 29 species or complexes, and this includes the removal of starry flounder, which is being removed from active management as a part of phase 2. So here you could consider changing some species from IFQ quota species to trip limit management. So here, just thinking back and looking through the record, requiring IFQ for every species can create significant risk for trawl harvesters if there are small amounts of quota available, or if that quota is very expensive to attain, and that can occur without offering much conservation benefit to the stock. Of course, any changes to this would need to consider with monitoring and accumulation limit changes. And I'll note that there is need to be a consideration of the asset value by quota shareholders who actually own this quota, even if it is highly underutilized. And finally, we have cost recovery. And this is required by the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and specifically it requires NMFS to collect fees to recover costs directly related to the management, data collection, and analysis and enforcement of a limited access privilege program. The fee is calculated by sector as either the annual ratio of direct program costs to total gross ex-vessel revenue as 3% of the total gross ex-vessel revenue that year, whichever is lower. Cost recovery is actually only paid by vessels that are landing IFQ quota, so they are not, cost recovery is not paid for by, for example, quota share owners who don't actively fish. So one idea could be considering expanding cost recovery to quota share owners, or considering how cost recovery is actually collected. That could be, changing, for example, to like a quarterly system, or a way to have the fees be more in line with the fishery conditions. And just lastly here on packaging, so while we would not be looking for explicit guidance on how to agendize any of these items under this meeting, we would be looking for, any considerations of packaging. From our first catch share review, the follow-on actions were part of an omnibus package. So it was made up of multiple items to achieve various goals. And so the intent of this paper was to kind of bring forth a very similar type of proposal. The council could elect to move forward everything or only some things forward in one or multiple packages. I did want to flag here that one thing that has been discussed by NIMS and council staff with the trawl gear EFP is currently scheduled for a June-September action on the council floor. One minor addition that could be incorporated is changes in the at-sea declaration allowance for shoreside whiting to midwater rockfish and vice versa. So that is one potential change you could pull out of the broader package and move along with the trawl gear EFP. There, in addition to B3, which I already spoke about, including with the accumulation limits, there is another holdover from the initial trawl catch share review, which was increasing shore-based IFQ carryover from 10%. And so for those that aren't aware, for stocks where the ACL is less than the ABC on an individual vessel basis, they can carry up over 10% of the unused quota pounds from one year to the next. And so you might have heard this referred to as little C carryover, as opposed to the quote unquote big C carryover that we're considering in Specs Flex. And so finally, just wanting to note that depending on, the guidance given today, council staff could bring back further considerations for packaging the next time this comes to the council floor. And with that, your council tasks for today are to review, revise, and update the current list of groundfish management measures as appropriate, to review and provide initial guidance on the proposed scope of trawl follow-on actions and attachment 2, and provide any guidance on packaging, to prioritize management measures for development as appropriate, and to consider other groundfish workload and provide guidance on priorities and schedules. And with that, you do have a GMT gap and an EC report, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jesse. Before we proceed with reports, any questions on the overview, the tasks before us today? Not seeing any questions, then we will go to the reports. First up, there is a NIMS report there. Keely Kemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be speaking to Agenda Item C5A, NIMS Report 1. This report has been in the advanced briefing book, so I will summarize it. It is specific to the trawl follow-on part of this agenda item, so I just wanted to make that clear. We put together this report with a few ideas for the council to consider as we scope the package for follow-on actions coming out of the trawl program review. All of these actions are shaped within the premise that National Marine Fisheries Service would like the council to consider making changes to the trawl program with an eye to reducing the cost of the program. In this trawl program, as we all know, we are collecting costs from the industry through cost recovery, but in 2 out of the 3 sectors, we have been over that 3% limit for many years. That requires us to augment our funding of this program with other funds. Over the years, that has become increasingly more challenging for us to be able to cover that shortfall. Certainly, we have heard from the industry that the cost recovery costs themselves are an increasing burden on the industry as well. And so as the council considers trawl follow-on actions, we would like the cost to be front and center and thinking about ways to reduce the cost of this program for the agency, that then we would not have to pass on costs to the industry through cost recovery. We have a couple of specific ideas that we're hoping the council considers, including in the range of things that are evaluated for potential changes. We've kind of broke them out into different sections. So the first one is relative to permitting, trying to shift some of our permits under the Trawl Rationalization Program to a 2-year framework, and in the hopes that that would reduce administrative costs with issuing those permits. Jesse has mentioned the flexible declaration piece that we think can be added to the Trawl Gear EFP piece. We have some ideas on the economic data collection and ways to streamline that process while maintaining the good data that we are getting out of that program. And then we also, as part of this, it would be a good opportunity for us to consider cleaning up the regulations. Some of the original regulations for the issuance of the program could be removed from regulations. That's just a reg cleanup, doesn't necessarily save costs. But a potential cost-saving measure for the industry would be considering removing some of the notary requirements that still live in the regs and add an extra burden for industry members. So sort of a range of things. I wouldn't say any of them is a big silver bullet to reduce costs, but just asking that the council consider that it would be considered for part of the scope of this action. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Kent on the NIMS report? Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this is a newbie question. Relative to the permitting, is there a reason why you're limiting it to just 2-year permits rather than considering a longer time frame for permit renewal without having to reapply?
Thank you, Ms. Kiefer. I think we can look broadly at it, right? We're scoping, right? We can look at this broadly. The piece where we're looking at multiple years, right, is that there are some additional information that we require applicants to give us on some of these observer provider permits and first receiver site licenses. We want to maintain the ability that if these other requirements aren't met, that we wouldn't have to approve a permit out into the future, right, if that makes sense. But we have that ability to streamline for both applicants and ourselves where it is appropriate. I don't think the 2-year range is magical. I think we could consider something different, but there are other requirements they want to make sure are continuing to be met year after year. And so we want to hold open that ability to balance streamlining with making sure that these folks are following the rest of the regulations that are associated with getting that permit. Does that help?
Any other questions? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kent, for the report. Just one quick question. Under EDC, narrowing this only to vessels and first receivers participating in the cat share fisheries could potentially reduce the number of respondents. At the same time, there's interest in looking into expanding cost recovery to include all participants, including inactive participants who hold cat shares. So if you, is it possible to have both of those? It seems like you would have to collect some information from those non-active quota shareholders in order to get the percentage fee calculated to include them. Thank you. That's pretty twisted.
Thank you. I will do my best. Dr. Steiner's on a train right now, and so I'll do my best answering what I have heard her say in the gap, and then she can tell me afterwards if I got it real wrong. This bullet came from, and just to be clear, the regional office put together this report in conjunction with the Science Center, right? So we talked about all of these ideas. This idea right now in this report is to look at it's not getting at the quota share holders, right, that aren't connected to an active trawl vessel. They would still be included. This is looking at vessels that have a trawl permit still registered to them, but they are not participating in trawl. I don't think I don't fully understand the reasons why someone would leave that trawl permit on their boat and not be participating in trawl. But those folks right now, based on how the regulations are set up, are still required to submit an EDC. So they might be doing some other fishery. It's those people that we're looking at. Perhaps if the council is looking for opportunities to streamline that collection and reduce costs, that we could move those out of our requirements.
Other questions? And not seeing any. Thank you very much, Keely. Next on the list, we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report, Chris Cooper and Travis Hunter. Welcome, both of you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Travis Hunter. My associate, Chris Cooper, and I are going to be reading from Agenda Item C5A, Supplemental Gap Report on Workload and New Management Measures, including trawl follow-on priorities. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel continues to believe that the Pacific Fishery Management Council should prioritize more seafood, less solid groundfish items on the agenda. Specs Flex continues to be the GAP's priority. The GAP believes that once Specs Flex is completed, the next priority should be C2 risk management, followed by trawl follow-on actions. Regarding C2, the GAP has already discussed several science items related to the harvest and policy framework, and this action is important for all sectors of the groundfish fishery. Items C1 and C2 should be formally prioritized and added to the A table. B5 should be removed from the list entirely, as the GAP recommended in March 2025. Trawl follow-on actions. The GAP spent time reviewing the list of follow-on actions categorized in Agenda Item C5, Supplemental Attachment 2, and thanks Council staff and the National Marine Fisheries Service for identifying the potential actions which were voiced through the ad hoc trawl workshop and public comment provided at the hearings held over the summer of 2025. In terms of general comments, it seems appropriate to set the landscape for the trawl rationalization program currently. The program has been a terrific conservation success story. In terms of economic goals and financial benefits to participants, the program is still struggling, particularly for bottom trawl participants, the whiting mothership sector, and shoreside processors, as discussed in more detail in Agenda Item G5A, Supplemental Gap Report 1 in September of 2025. It is important to remember that currently 5.5% of the ex-vessel value of every shoreside and mothership catcher vessel delivery is deducted by the processor to pay for cost recovery in the groundfish buyback loan. Additionally, catcher vessels are required to have 100% monitoring, electric monitoring, or human observer, which is paid for 100% by industry participants. At the same time, there must also be a shoreside catch monitor on 100% of offloads, which is paid for by seafood processors. These cumulative costs equate to huge financial burdens on individual operations. Highest priority items. T1, observer and electronic monitoring, and T2, shoreside monitoring. The GAP believes that T1 and T2, catcher vessel and shoreside monitoring, are a high priority for follow-on actions because they have potential to meaningfully reduce program costs and reduce logistical burdens while retaining appropriate accountability. As described in our September statement on the trawl program review, monitoring costs are particularly high for non-whiting catcher vessels who have paid between 4.5% and 6.7%, an average of 5%, of their gross revenue towards monitoring between $612 and $722 a day for median vessel, since the subsidy for observer coverage expired in 2015. By comparison, whiting catcher vessels monitoring costs as a proportion of revenue have declined to 1% on average over the same period due to the adoption of EM. Monitoring costs for shoreside processors, mothership processors, and catcher processors have generally represented less than 0.5% of revenue in any year. These values do not include the indirect monitoring cost paid through cost recovery. Whiting, midwater rockfish, and gear switching participants are generally in support of continuing 100% monitoring. The GAP recognizes there are pros and cons to reducing bottom trawl observer coverage from 100%. On the one hand, reduced observer coverage would help bring down expenses for participants since they are required to cover the full cost of the program out of pocket, and there are other catch share programs in the U.S. that do not require 100% monitoring. On the other hand, 100% monitoring has clearly been very beneficial to reducing uncertainty in stock assessments, which has benefited all groundfish fishery stakeholders, commercial and recreational, and personal accountability is a cornerstone of the catch share program. There is a strong support for adjusting catch handling procedures for bottom trawlers using EM, including allowing captains and crew to take a representative sample of discards as observers do, rather than having to sort every fish on deck. Presently, many bottom trawlers do not use EM because of onerous back deck sorting requirements, especially as there is only one remaining human observer provider on the West Coast. Modifying the EM program presents a significant opportunity to maintain 100% accountability while reducing monitoring costs. With respect to T2 and shoreside catch monitoring, shoreside processors on the gap be reducing monitoring costs as an important step towards lowering overall processing costs. As reflected in both the September and November 2025 trawl catch share agenda items, G5 and F7, the shoreside processing sector has experienced steep revenue declines and rising costs since program implementation. And from the supplemental gap report in November 2025, for example, the shoreside processing sector is indeed facing increased costs. The September gap report noted that fishing and support businesses and communities depend upon the success of processors. They are a bellwether. A portion of these rising costs is attributable to shoreside monitoring requirements. Processors have had to depend increasingly on seasonal fisheries to remain viable while continuing to support both groundfish and other fisheries. The available data does not fully capture how an unreliable and inconsistent groundfish supply, combined with escalating costs, undermine processors' ability to invest in innovation, improve efficiency, and create opportunities for fishermen, processors, and coastal communities. Duplicative shoreside monitoring costs provide limited additional program value while further constraining a year-round groundfish fishery that has faced persistent challenges since the trawl catch share program began. Shoreside processors on the gap would like to explore training and utilizing plant staff to assist with sampling. This could improve the scheduling and logistics of monitors and reduce redundancy. We support strong verification, but there are opportunities to modernize how that verification is done, reducing cost and friction while still preserving data integrity. Actions that should be analyzed under these items should include consideration of a monitoring percentage less than 100% for bottom trawl, adjustments to catch handling protocols at sea in the EM program, including allowing captains and crew to take a representative sample of discard rather than sorting every fish, more regular updates of discard species list based on prevailing risk factors, training plant workers and allowing them to serve as shoreside monitors, reducing shoreside monitoring levels to less than 100%, and using EM to monitor offloads. T10 cost recovery. While industry pursues relief from the full burden of cost recovery outside of the council process, the GAP recommends that cost recovery implementation be analyzed as a high priority follow-on action. The GAP has previously expressed our frustration with the way the cost recovery program has been implemented. The GAP believes that cost recovery should be borne by all participants who benefit from the catch share program, not just by active participants delivering fish, which is where the cost recovery is deducted. Quota share owners who lease out their quota pounds are gaining revenue from the leases, but not having to share the cost of managing the fishery. In addition, the GAP believes there would be benefit in looking at how other cost recovery programs are implemented and billed. The GAP recommends that the Council consider the following cost recovery program options for analysis, including charging cost recovery to all trawl program participants, not just active vessels, including analysis of an option that would charge 50% of cost recovery to quota share permit owners and 50% to harvesters. A review of cost recovery implementation and billing from other catch share programs around the country, such as in Alaska Sablefish IFQ, where quota share owners pay cost recovery, or other regions where cost recovery is billed quarterly. Lesser priorities. These are not in order of priority. T3, electronic data collection. The EDCs are onerous for participants to complete, and it is not clear that the level of information being collected is necessary for management purposes. There is punitive components of EDCs in the issuance of annual permit is tied to completing the EDCs. The GAP recommends an exercise looking at the information being collected, how that information is used in management decisions, and whether any of the information collected is already available from other sources. The GAP recommends removing the requirement that an annual permit is only issued if an EDC is completed. T4, Adaptive Management Program. Most active participants in the Trawl Rationalization Program do not believe that AMP should be redirected for other uses. AMP is a program that holds 10% of the non-whiting quota shares, and quota pounds have annually passed through to quota share permit owners in proportion to their quota share holdings since the inception of the program. Options should be considered, include permanently allocating the 10% AMP QS to QS owners up to the current ownership caps, allocating AMP QPs out annually to active catcher vessel accounts, or allocating AMP quota shares or annual quota pounds to shoreside processors. Most GAP members who participate in the shoreside IFQ program support permanently allocating the 10% AMP QS to quota share owners up to the ownership caps as the preferred alternative. This would permanently end the AMP program and issue the quota shares using the same method that is currently used to allocate AMP quota pounds annually, which trawl participants have become reliant on after 15 years, these quota pounds being passed through. This option would be a one-time, simple, not have high management costs, and align with the process already in place for distributing AMP. The GAP would like to include an alternative for analysis that would allocate annual AMP quota pounds to active catcher vessels who are participating in the shoreside IFQ program. This would help offset the high costs of operating a catcher vessel in the trawl program and reward those vessels that are supporting coastal infrastructure rather than being distributed to all quota share permit owners, many of whom are armchair quota owners who annually profit from leasing their quota pounds but do not contribute to cost recovery, buyback, or have active capital investments that help support coastal infrastructure. However, the GAP discussed that this could become extremely complex to annually determine which vessels were active and how the AMP quota would be distributed, and the implementation of this alternative would be charged to cost recovery. The GAP recommends a formulaic approach and notes that the council would need to establish very clear guidelines on how active vessels would be determined and whether AMP quota pounds would be distributed equally to all active catcher vessels or in proportion to catch. Shoreside processing members of the GAP would like to see an alternative analyzed that would distribute annual AMP quota pounds to shoreside processors. They stated that the shoreside plants are not benefiting from the trawl catch share program and would like an AMP distribution to shoreside processors that would help anchor quota in communities, help catcher vessels, and provide consistency and stability. However, other members of the GAP did not want to spend the time analyzing this alternative since the AMP is currently being distributed to all participants, and under an allocation to shoreside processors would be taken away from all current recipients and only go to shoreside processors. There was also concern that this allocation would only or mostly benefit processor-affiliated catcher vessels. Shoreside processor members of the GAP proposed some sideboards for consideration and/or analysis. Those are distribute only quota pounds, not quota shares. This would provide processors the opportunity to use those quota pounds to demonstrate whether AMP benefits the fishery as a whole. Incremental distribution, distribute only half of the AMP pounds for 3 years and then the full AMP pounds for the subsequent 4 years or until the next catch share review. Include the provisions for mandatory consideration at the next trawl catch share review. Alternatively, a mandatory reversion of the AMP pounds to the existing distribution plan could be considered. That is, after 7 years, the AMP quota pounds would be considered or revert, and include provisions that processors who receive AMP quota pounds pay the cost recovery. Currently, the boat leasing the quota pounds would bear this responsibility, but to share the portion of the cost recovery, processors would share some of this burden through AMP pounds. P5, mothership utilization. Mothership catcher vessel representatives in the GAP expressed that some MSCV participants have been disadvantaged during various years since the inception of the program, sometimes leaving part or all of their whiting allocation in the water. The processing platforms make up a closed class, and they do not always show up on the ground due to various business decisions. Issues in the mothership sector were the impetus for the whiting utilization package that became effective in 2023. However, some participants believe these have not provided the full benefit they were intended to. During the trawl catch share hearings, some catcher vessels expressed that they would like the opportunity to bring their mothership allocations shoreside if they do not have a mothership processor market available. The GAP discussed if this item was taken up by the council should take a more holistic consideration of the closed class system that was intended to protect investments, including analyzing a processor allocation if the closed class was changed, or potential for shoreside processor to lease mothership permit in order to take MSCV deliveries. T6, accumulation limits. The GAP does not support adjusting vessel limits before quota share accumulation limits, and own and control provisions are properly enforced. Industry members are very aware of participants who are exceeding quota share own and control limits, and discussed with NIMS about the challenges of enforcing these limits given the data available. Also, once own and control limits are enforced, accumulation limits could be considered on a case-by-case basis for under-attained species through the biennial harvest specifications process, but no accumulation limits should be adjusted for highly attained or constraining species. The GAP recommends combining item B3 from agenda item C5 attachment 1 with item T6 from the trawl review, as they cover the same issue. T7, set-aside management. The GAP recommends that set-aside or at-sea set-asides not be changed at this time. However, the GAP recommends taking up a more holistic groundfish level management item under the risk management action, currently C2, in order to consider ideas that can benefit all groundfish sectors, such as the performance standard concept presented by WDFW, agenda item C7. E8, regulatory changes. While the council has already implemented the ability for catcher vessels to change their vessel monitoring system declaration from mothership whiting to shoreside whiting at sea, there are other declaration changes that would make sense to consider within the Trawl Catch Share Program follow-on actions, such as changing from a shoreside whiting trip to a shoreside midwater rockfish trip at sea, from a mothership trip to a shoreside midwater rockfish trip at sea, and from trawl sector fixed gear to limited entry fixed gear tier fishery, which would be a one-way switch. This would improve efficiency, fuel burn, and reduce idle labor and unnecessary downtime. This is practical and administrative solution that would benefit all fishery participants and more closely align with management with real-world conditions. There is also a bycatch reduction benefit. Rigid declaration forces vessels to continue fishing in areas where bycatch risks is higher. Allowing declaration changes at sea would allow for vessels to shift effort and move away from problem areas. It could also improve plant efficiency and utilization as it would transfer to more frequent deliveries. As described in Supplemental Attachment 2, declarations should be added to the rulemaking package for transitioning the trawl gear EFP to regulations to the degree that they do not slow down the EFP package. E9, IFQ quota species. NIMS and council staff discussed with the gap that removing some of the low attaining IFQ species could help with catch accounting, particularly if the bottom trawl sector wants to move to electronic monitoring. However, we also discussed that those species currently appear on quota share permits, which are assets for many quota share owners and may be flagged by banks or considered of lesser value if species were removed. We would also need to consider in tandem with monitoring T1 and T2 the accumulation limits, T6. There would be benefits to considering this item, but is not as high of a priority to the gap. B2, increase IFQ carryover from 10%. This item has been on the workload list since the previous catch share review. There are limited stocks where this allowance would apply. However, an increase could be beneficial for certain stocks in certain years when the annual catch limit is less than the acceptable biological catch. The gap suggests including this as a low priority item within the trawl follow-on action. That is all.
Thank you for that report. I'm going to look around and see if there are any questions for either of these members on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, gentlemen, for that really lengthy and thoughtful report. Thanks to the GAP for putting that together. My question is regarding T6 accumulation limits, and it's talking about the concerns about the own and control provisions of not being properly enforced. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings. Yeah, the concern is that before we start considering changes in the current limits, there are some entities that are over the own and control part of those, and they're not being enforced to have to get below those limits. So we just want to make sure that before we start tweaking anything else, that's taken care of. I also add a little bit of the discussion on that the concern of raising the vessel limit when the ownership and control isn't being enforced is that there's concern of consolidation to where one vessel could be harvesting a higher amount where like when that's in line with the ownership would be more than it is today.
Thanks, that's helpful. My follow-up to that, and pardon my ignorance, who's responsible for that enforcement and kind of how does that work from a practical on the water level?
Through the chair, Ms. Ridings, I believe that would be NOAA OLE, but somebody could correct me if I'm wrong.
Keely Kemp.
Thanks. Sorry, two parts, two things happening, right? So we require and the trawl fishery folks to submit to us ownership information when they are doing permit renewals or for permit changes. So we collect that information. We go down to the 2% ownership level. So the permits office within National Marine Fisheries Service Sustainable Fisheries Division is the intake of that information, evaluates that information. Then when things like permit transfer requests come in, they go back to that information to determine whether or not we can approve that transfer based on the ownership information that we have, right? So that's how we're sort of on the ground administering those limits, is based on that ownership information that is brought in. Then if somebody, so we would block a permit transfer if the, whatever the situation we're coming in, that would put somebody over that limit. Separately, right, if we were to find out that somebody was in violation, that wasn't sort of a moment of a permit transfer, whether it was approved or not, which is an administrative action. Separately, if there were information on a certain situation about somebody being over that limit, then there's also the enforcement opportunity for enforcement to investigate and bring a case in that situation. So sort of multiple things going on with that part of this program.
Thank you. Rebecca Lynn.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, gentlemen, and thanks to the GAP for what is clearly, you spent a lot of time and did a lot of discussion looking at the follow-on to the CAT shared review, and I sure appreciate that. I appreciate that you've underscored, as we heard from when the report was finalized, that this is a terrific conservation success story, but the challenges remain in terms of financial returns, economic benefits from the fishery. And that's exactly what these reviews are for, as I understand it, is to look at what's working, what's not working. A lot has changed in over a decade that this program's been in place. So it's time to start unpacking that, as you've already done, saying where are the areas where not only we have some problems, but what are some potential solutions. I really appreciate the creativity that went into that as we continue to look into it. I hope that as we go forward, we'll be looking at an array of alternatives to make sure we're taking a good look at this and go forward with some potential regulatory changes or whatever practices so that we move the needle towards a higher economic return, more stability, shoreside, at sea. What we're paying attention to what's really the challenge here in meeting the economic goals, the attainment goals, and that sort of thing. So I thank you for that. Well, just an example of the creativity is looking into other options for shoreside monitoring. Looking into having that done with a broader pool of potential workers. It seems almost unfair that we're asking our industry to pay for a service that's coming basically from a monopoly. There's only one company. I hope that there's some consideration of that cost, that disadvantage that you face. We all would like to see a little competition in that area. So you've offered a solution. So it's just one example of the creativity. and I look forward to further discussion of these options that the GAP has come up with. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for coming up and presenting a really comprehensive report. Just a couple of questions that are combined together into one. So you know, at the beginning of this, you mentioned, hey, we're asking for more seafood, less salad. And I'm curious if the items that you've put at the top for a punch list, those you're classifying as the seafood and everything else would be the salad, or if you've just taken the salad off of the plate, and in terms of prioritization, and then kind of where you envision the non-prioritized items going in terms of, is that table B or kind of what conversation have you all had about that?
Through the chair, Ms. Svensson, thank you for the question. I would just say that the seafood versus the salad is just, were items that gave us the most bang for the buck, that could actually, you know, show some real, give real help to this industry. I mean, these are the biggest issues that will be the most meaningful to industry. As to where to put the other less prioritized items, I have to admit, I'm not sure where they belong. They all have some value, but some things like workload, like we didn't have the EFP on here because it's already going through the process. That is important, but when we were asked the question, well, which is more important? Workload is an issue. The ones at the beginning of this report rose to the top. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, but as far as where these other items go or which list, I don't know.
If I may ask just one follow-on. Thank you, super clear and helpful. I'm going to take that as you'd like to see those other items pinned on a list as opposed to just dropped into the ether and we forget about it until next time. So that would be the question. I see head nodding, so I'm taking that as a yes.
Yes, that would be correct.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, and I want to echo my thanks that others have expressed about the report and the thought that you all put into this. The discussion about or the recommendation to move B5 off of any of the lists. Can you give a little background or a little more information on why this is? I believe this is removing the short belly prohibition. Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Mattis, I believe that the GAP has been consistent in other reports in the past on removing it. There is no potential for a commercial fishery, so I don't see the need for having that on there, unless I'm mistaken. It's not removing it. By removing it, it wouldn't, allow for a future commercial fishery. It's just removing it from the list to be discussed.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Other questions? Not seeing any. Thanks, both of you. Next, we have the Groundfish Management Team report. Caitlin Lockhart. Caitlin, we've passed 1,200 hours, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Hassemer, good afternoon. Council members, for the record, I am Caitlin Lockhart, and I will be reading Agenda Item C5, Supplemental GMT Report 1, the Groundfish Management Team on Workload and New Management Measures. Regarding the Groundfish Management Measures list in Attachment 1, the Groundfish Management Team recommends no other items from Table B be prioritized at this time, and Table C be merged with Table A. The current workload does not allow for additional items to be prioritized, and the GMT did not see merit in replacing one of the currently prioritized items with one on Table B at this time. Since Table C contains items that have already been prioritized by the Council, merging it with Table A would provide all prioritized items in one relevant location. Regarding the potential list of Trawl follow-on actions in Attachment 2, the GMT provides considerations on a selection of potential actions. In reference to T1 and T2, which are the observer and electronic monitoring coverage and shoreside monitoring coverage, analyses of the potential advantages and drawbacks of reducing monitoring in the catch-share fisheries highlight a number of specific negative impacts that would accompany the loss of 100% counting. In general, since its inception, the IFQ program has operated on the foundation of full monitoring and 100% catch accounting in season. If we shift away from this model, the design of the program and many previous management decisions would need to be re-examined to ensure that we still meet their intended goals. Transitioning to a system with less information may come with significant analytical and operational costs and result in higher uncertainty that could necessitate more conservative management. Cost savings are unlikely to scale directly with reduced monitoring observer coverage due to decreased efficiencies and increased administrative costs. We emphasize that the only remaining catch share observer provider, which is also the main catch monitor provider, is already in a vulnerable position, and reductions in observer and catch monitor coverage could result in increased prices or the provider exiting entirely. If the provider is no longer available, all vessels will be required to use EM and follow the catch handling and retention regulations associated with that method of monitoring. Related to the potential downstream consequences of having less than 100% monitoring in a program founded on 100% monitoring, we note that in 2024 EM video review for optimized retention, in other words, the IFQ bottom trawl fishery, went from 100% to a minimum of 10%. This issue could be part of any re-evaluation of the program and management decisions, considering a potential shift towards partial monitoring. In reference to T3, which is the Economic Data Collection Program, the GMT is routinely tasked with evaluating the socioeconomic consequences of management actions. These analyses are often required by MSA and generally supported by industry. Revenue trends without consideration of operational costs do not provide meaningful information about economic performance or allow us to reliably predict how management will affect fisheries. For example, in March 2026, the Council adopted a problem statement regarding alternative harvest control rules for widow rockfish, which stated in part, the policy should continue to prevent overfishing and keep the long-term average stock status at or above target biomass of B40, while moderating socioeconomic disruption to the fishing fleet, processing landscape, and coastal communities. Without economic data, it will be difficult to identify socioeconomic disruptions and address these appropriately. Regarding reducing cost, a reduced census and focusing on active participants would reduce burdens on industry while still fulfilling the minimum requirements of this economic analysis. Adapting the National Harmonized Cost and Earnings Surveys instrument will help ensure reliable and consistent data collection and decision-making while also reducing costs. It is important to regularly and consistently collect data, and research and monitoring questions are often best addressed with long-term data. In conclusion, the GMT will continue to rely on economic data collected by the EDC and advocates for the continued existence of the program, but would support some changes to the way the data are collected. In reference to T4, which is the Adaptive Management Plan, AMP, the GMT sees value in keeping the AMP in place and looking at ways to better utilize it for the benefit of the fishing industry. The GMT also sees potential benefit to the council exploring the use of deemed value pools regarding whether it is, regardless of whether it is tied to AMP. If monitoring or removing AMP is not a high priority, the deemed value pool concept should still be explored and does not necessarily have to be derived from the AMP quota. In reference to items T5, T6, T8, and T9, the GMT sees merit in analyzing these items further within this package, since this is the scoping of this item. In reference to T7, the at-sea set-aside management, this item could be considered in the risk management agenda item. Therefore, it does not need to be addressed under both items. And then finally, the GMT defers to the GAP for considerations on cost recovery. And that is all I have.
Thank you. Questions on the Groundfish Management Team report? And there is a question. Corey Ridings first, then Heather Hall.
Thank you. Thank you, Caitlin, for this report. I'm looking through sort of the summary you have here of items T1 and T2, and then just kind of putting that in place with what we just heard from the GAP. And it seems like there's a pretty strong difference of opinion in sort of how that works. I'm wondering if you could just share for us any discussions that the GMT had with the GAP members. If so, maybe just your characterization of any potential rub areas or just why that difference of opinion.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. Yes, we did discuss with the GAP that there was going to be a difference of opinion on this topic, and the GMT appreciates that this is a very costly requirement on the industry, and that this is something that the trawl fleet is paying for and benefiting other groundfish fisheries. But we do feel like, as the management team, that this provides a lot of data that we use for things like stock assessments and other management measures, that we would need to build in other buffers due to uncertainty if we limited the amount of monitoring that we currently have. And it would be difficult to maintain the goals of the program if we didn't update those goals as they currently stand. We did not come to consensus with the GAP while we had the joint discussion, but we are willing to, discuss this further in upcoming meetings.
Thank you. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a specific question. I just wanted to offer appreciation for the GMT's report and also going back to the GAP report. I think combined, they really give us a lot of really good information to contemplate the workload, the priorities. I appreciate the GAP's framing of, what is working in the trial program and what isn't working, and the GMT's really helpful discussion of those items. So just a thanks to both the GMT and the GAP for your reports.
Thank you. Anything else? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Assenberg. Really good report. And I just I appreciate the highlighting the 100% monitoring that we've had and what that brings to the table. I don't necessarily see them that far apart in the sense that they're, like the GAP report kind of has set out a process maybe to look at that. Because there's probably a better way to maybe get close to 100% and still be a viable alternative. But really good report. I just appreciate you guys the GAP and the GMT working so well together in this meeting, and just really good to see. And I just thank you for all your work.
Anything else? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Caitlin. All right, just update on the schedule. We will get a 1-hour lunch here. We've got one more report and some public comment, and then I understand we need, with all this information, a little time to formulate council action. So let's get through the reports, public comment, then take our lunch break. So the enforcement consultants, Jason Krause. Good afternoon, Jason.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. My name is Jason Krause. I'm a member of the EC, and I will be reading agenda item C5, Supplemental EC Report 1. Excuse me. The enforcement consultants have reviewed the documents pertaining to agenda item C5, workload and new management measure priorities, including trawl follow-on priorities, and have the following comments. The EC attended a joint Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, Groundfish Management Team session, and has previously provided the following statements, which are hyperlinked in this document. The EC has the following specific comments related to proposed work list items included in C5 Attachment 1, A4, commercial sale of recreational fish waste. The EC recommends keeping this item in Table A. In our March 2019 agenda item G4A Supplemental Report 1, the EC outlined the federal regulations prohibiting the sale of recreational groundfish, including those parts that have been discarded or abandoned. The EC understands the request to allow states to establish regulations that would allow the collection of waste at fish cleaning stations and use the waste to produce commercially sold products, including fish meal, fertilizer, fish oil, etc., is active. The intent of the request is to reduce the amount of waste discarded at port. As noted in our March 2019 statement, the EC recommends the addition of recreational caught salmon to this work list item, since the sale of recreationally caught salmon is also prohibited. And then B1, dressed and round conversion factors for sablefish. The EC supports action that promotes consistency in conversion rates between state and federal regulations. Currently, the EC is not aware of any confusion with fishers, buyers, managers, and enforcement. We all use 1.6 conversion rate along the West Coast. If conversion factors are changed based on cut, then a clear distinction and definitions of each type of cut will need to be established. And B4, salmon VMS ping rates. The EC continues to advocate for a 15-minute ping rate. The EC will evaluate any proposed changes and make recommendations based on current regulations related to operating in the groundfish conservation areas. And that concludes the EC report, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions on the enforcement consultants report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jason, for that report. Did the EC consider changes in observer coverage and the potential impacts for enforcement? If that's outside your comfort level, don't worry about it. Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. At this point, the EC supports leaving the observer item on the list of follow-on actions, and we will evaluate any proposed changes when they're brought forward to the council process.
Other questions? Not seeing any, then thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
That completes the reports, takes us to public comment. There are 2 sign-ups. First is Elena Novak. Elena.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. Hello, dear Chair Hasmer, council members. My name is Elena Novak. I'm speaking on agenda item C5, workload and new management measures priorities, including trawl follow-on priorities. I apologize, I was not able to be there in person to make this statement, as I did not anticipate salmon to be skipped on the agenda. OTC is a fisherman-funded state commodity commission that represents Oregon trawl groundfish fleet, delivering to Oregon shore-based processors. We appreciate the staff and the GAP for their well-thought-out statements regarding trawl follow-on priorities. OTC supports the GAP report and agrees that expensive monitoring and cost recovery are the highest priority issues. The cost of human observers is more than $700 per day. If no observer is available locally, fishermen are also responsible for other expenses like travel and accommodations for that observer. In more extreme cases, if the observer provider, which we only have one left, has to subcontract an observer from elsewhere, the rate will effectively double. OTC Commissioner Paul Cuela, owner and operator of the fishing vessel Cape Windy out of Warrenton, Oregon, shared with me his observer invoice from February of this year, which totaled $4,900 for 4 fishing trips. Notably, one of those trips only lasted 28 hours, yet he was charged $2,100 in observer fees alone because saltwater bills in 24-hour increments, and they had to subcontract that observer. It is critically important for the Council to find ways to reduce observer costs, whether through a careful reduction in coverage rates or by making the electronic monitoring program feasible for use in the bottom trawl fishery. We also support streamlining and simplifying the EM program requirements for other participants. Regarding cost recovery, we fully support the GAP's recommendations, including that it should be shared by all fishery participants and not only those who actively fish. This approach would promote equity and help alleviate some of the economic burden on active participants. The Council could also consider simplifying and streamlining groundfish regulations over time. Where there are no conservation concerns, regulatory requirements could be revised with a goal of lowering overall costs to both the industry and the government. Lower priority issues for the Trawl follow-on items include economic data collection, adaptive management program, permit and quota account renewal frequency, and other topics identified in the GAP report. With respect to EDC, we would like to see the reporting frequency reduced from annually to a less burdensome interval. We are also interested in evaluation of the information collected through EDC to eliminate unnecessary reporting burden. Additionally, we support removing the requirement that annual permit issuance be contingent upon EDC completion. Regarding the adaptive management program, OTC supports permanently allocating the 10% of quota to either quota share owners or active fishing participants. Removing these 10% from fishermen who have been relying on it for many years would be devastating to a fleet that is already in a dire economic situation. I would like to once again to address industry economics. Over the past several months, I have been working with Erin Steiner from the EDC program to better understand the economic condition of the industry. She has been very helpful in providing a clearer picture, including profitability analysis that account for quota leasing costs. According to information from Ms. Steiner, in 2024, 1/4 of all non-whiting groundfish vessels lost more than $25,000 while participating in the fishery. 1 in 4 vessels either went into debt, worked additional jobs, or hopefully they participated in other fisheries to subsidize their highly unprofitable groundfish operations. In that same year, half of all non-whiting vessels earned less than $3,000 in annual take-home income. This is an 89% decrease from 2019. To make matters worse, this already troubling situation preceded significant quota cuts in 2025 for several critical species, including short spine, canary, and petrale. I anticipate that for many trawl participants, the economic picture is even worse now given those cuts. And I apologize, I will ask for an additional minute if that's okay to finish my statement.
Sure, just go ahead and finish up.
Thank you. I recognize that there is a process and there are constraining factors at play, such as staff and budget availability. This process has many strengths, including its bottom-up approach and robust stakeholder engagement. However, it is also rigid, lengthy, and at times appears to be overly complex. It seems to disproportionately prioritize conservation over economic viability of the groundfish industry, even in situations where no conservation concerns exist. The industry is in trouble and urgently needs your help. I urge the Council to seek any available flexibility within this process to support the industry. If it doesn't exist, perhaps it should be created to save this important sector. The trawl industry has been a good, reliable partner to managers and scientists for many years. They deserve compassion and they deserve a better future. Thank you for your hard work and for your support of the fishing communities on the West Coast. I appreciate opportunity to speak today. Thank you for the additional time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Novak on her testimony? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me have a question here. I'm just curious, you mentioned an example of a trip where it was extremely expensive, really without the opportunity, but I'm wondering if you've got any kind of idea in terms of what an average vessel is paying in observer costs, or if you've got a number collectively of what we're looking at kind of on an annual basis in terms of impact of the program.
Thank you, Ms. Svensson, through the chair. I know the cost, again, thanks to Ms. Steiner, the annual cost for the shore-based fleet last year was $1.3 million. And processors spent additional $800,000 that year. So we're at 2.1 million. And there were years where that cost was higher. I am not confident, I should probably be, how much on average the vessel spends, but I think we can get that by dividing the number of vessels.
Thank you. Other questions? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much, Ms. Nowak, for bringing this information to the council, these comments. In particular, the analyses that you and Ms. Steiner worked on together. It sounds as if this was an analysis that included quota leasing costs, and I'm not sure if we were able to do that fully for the entire fleet, but it certainly shows even lower net revenues because most of the majority of quota being sold is from participants who were not actively fishing. So that's an important item to underscore, and again, to document really well where and why and how our vessels are not meeting the goals, or our program, I should say, is not meeting the goals that were set out over a decade ago. Can I just ask you, when you were working with Aaron, what were the data that you were using? Did the Oregon Trawl Commission bring some data, or were you using the data available at NIMS? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the question, Ms. Land, through the chair. No, I did not bring any data to Erin. Besides, I came to her with a bunch of questions, and we kind of went down the rabbit hole a little bit together over the course of several months. And the quota leasing costs appear to be a substantial percentage of the overall cost picture. So I certainly appreciate the efforts of incorporating that information in the future reports, and I hope that it can be done relatively fast to introduce that information into the formal council record.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions? Okay. Thank you, Yelena. And next we have Sarah Nayani. Good afternoon, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sarah Nayani. I'm giving these comments on behalf of Arctic Storm Management Group in Seattle. First, I just want to start with the workload item. A couple things. I think that the risk management agenda item is one of the most important issues for Groundfish that the council has taken up in some time, or is slated to in November. I know it'll come up under future workload, but I think that one really needs to stay on November and be addressed as quickly as we can. That was sort of in the paired ideas from both the GAP and the industry about Specs Flex, and it's the second part of that, which is the science-related elements. Those you've discussed in detail under Widow, under a bunch of other things, and I think we need to take it up comprehensively. So I just want to say that I believe that's C2. That's of enormous priority to me and my company. If I were to take the items in the workload and prioritize them myself, I would go Specs Flex first and Trawl Gear EFP second, because those are already on the council's agenda. And then I would move into C2, which would be risk management, and then into C1, which would be Trawl follow-on actions. The other thing I wanted to say is that it's really important to keep the Trawl follow-on actions on. It's been a while and it takes a long time to get through those items and then actually get them into regulation. I can't remember exactly what year some of these items were implemented from the last review, but it takes a while. So like I mentioned, having C1 up on that priority for the agenda would be important. And then the last thing is I support the GAP report and all of my and the industry's previous comments on removing short belly from the council's list. Short belly is already an EC species. It's managed with a 2,000 metric ton limit, and if catch exceeds that, the council will investigate. That's what it says right in the ecosystem components section. So the council already has adequate monitoring. It would show up in an in-season report if there was ever any issue, and it would come before the council. So taking time on the agenda, I've never understood why that even made it onto any list. There's never going to be a directed fishery for short belly. We've gone through this extensively over so many meetings. It's a word I never want to hear again. So let's get that one out. Trawl. For the Trawl program review, I want to support my good buddy, Kevin, and just say that figuring out something for bottom trawlers on monitoring is critical at this juncture. I think there's a distinction between 100% observer coverage versus 100% monitoring, which could be done really efficiently with EM way more than the past. We have AI now, we have photo imaging, there's all sorts of ways that we could make it work. But NIMS and council staff brought forward an idea about looking at IFQ species, which may help if we were able to move some of those to trip limits, then maybe there would be less EM sorting needed, things like that. So I think moving that forward as a high priority, as the GAP and other commenters and industry has identified, is really important. For AMP, I spent a lot of time when I worked at NOAA, as well as when I was a graduate student at UW while I was working at NOAA, thinking about the adaptive management program. And I can say since I moved to the industry side, but even before then, it's been 15 years and nothing's happened, and participants have become really reliant on that adaptive management quota pounds that are passed through to quota share owners each year. I think the simplest and easiest way to deal with the program is to end that program permanently and take the 10% of shares that are held aside as AMP and redistribute those to quota share owners in proportion to their holdings, just like we do annually, but do it permanently. And let's not talk about AMP again, but for the GAP, our buddy Shems and our buddy Kevin and others, many of us in the trawl sector have talked for a long time about, could there be a way to efficiently send those pounds to active harvesters to help offset lease costs and help promote that sector. And so the GAP kept that on. The GAP also kept the shoreside processor AMP idea on, and I personally do not support that. I did not support it moving forward in the GAP report. I don't think it's fair to take quota pounds that have been allocated to the entire sector and move it only to shoreside processors. I think harvesters can manage that quota better themselves. And then the last thing is for the mothership agenda item, I appreciate the GAP including information or support for the idea that if that narrow scope is looked at, that we would look more holistically about openings between the sectors, which mothership processors have invested a lot in the fishery, and that needs a more holistic review. Last, I'll just say I spent my entire professional career working on the trawl catch share program at NOAA and in industry, and if not at this meeting, because I know people are probably anxious to get to lunch, but I'd be very happy to speak to any of you in detail at any time about any of these ideas. And yeah, really hoping we can get some collaborative solutions for the trawl sector. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Nayani on her testimony? And not seeing any. Thank you very much, Sarah. Okay, that completes all our reports and public comment. As I said, we're going to take our lunch break now. We're doing quite well on our schedule. It sounds like salmon is going to be ready after lunch, so, and people need to compile this information, and we have quite a list of tasks there. So the plan is we'll come back at 1:45. We will take up salmon at that time, which the estimates are 20 to 30 minutes that will take. So about 2:15, we'll reconvene on this agenda item and then go into our final groundfish item. Does that sound okay? All right, we'll see you here at 1:45. If, I think we've got our critical mass. Let me just make sure, Asia Shumalo, if you can raise your hand or yell or something, are you live with us now? Okay, I see your hand raised. All right.
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, no, I don't have anything. Just letting you know I'm here. Sorry.
Okay, we've got you. So my apologies for the change in schedule after giving you time to work on it. Appreciate your flexibility. So because salmon is not ready, we're going to come back to groundfish and finish both of our remaining groundfish items for the day, and then we will take up salmon after that. So we're going to come back on C5. We were to the point of council action. We've had all our reports. We had 2 public comments presented, and there was quite a list of items there. And hopefully you've had enough time to work through that. So anybody wish to initiate discussion then on this item, the new management measure priorities, work and workload? Heather Hall.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'll just to reiterate what I said during the advisory body and management team reports is I think that the GMT and the GAP gave us really nice information to think about how we address the existing workload that we have in front of us and think about important work that we need to have done that supports all of our fishing sectors. And so I appreciate the extra time we've had to talk about that over lunch and think through that. And I know we've got Asia Sumilo in the loop. She's not here in person, but she is engaged. And anyway, just again, appreciation for the GAP and the GMT for the helpful information they gave to us to get this going.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion, comments? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Hall, for reminding us of the great input that we got from the advisory bodies, all of them, and from the public comment. I think it would be important to ensure that in looking at the proposed scope of trawl follow-on actions, that we don't rule anything out at this point. I know there's been some different views, but keep everything open for scoping, everything that's reasonable, and also that as the GAP and the GMT both mentioned, that we focus on options that have the most potential to address the issue of lack of economic performance and full attainment of the quota. What are the things that are keeping our fleet from reaching that point? 12 years since this has been implemented, clearly there are some changes that can be made so that we can get closer to those goals as we've met the conservation goals. And that to some extent, rights-based management and ITQs are designed so that the fishing fleet makes decisions to the extent that that's within the requirements of the plan. So what can we hand over to the fleet to say, you decide when you're doing this, when you're doing that, how you're going to do it, as long as we're still meeting our conservation goals, because we're there and even more than there. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or discussion? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple opening remarks, I guess, across this item, because it's both our standard process and then we're including some of these trawl follow-on action items, which I think is a great opportunity to sort of meld the two. Just noting that this agenda item sometimes has the tendency to be difficult and not pleasant, but I just want to note that while there's an A list that we have created over the last year And some of them are still sitting there and have been for a while. I think maybe there's some ways to be creative and get some of these things moving all at the same time. In addition to acknowledging that, we've put things like Specs Flex on the calendar that have a great benefit to everybody. But I also just want to echo that I'm very thankful to the GAP and the GMT for their very thoughtful reports on how to move forward, noting that we're all struggling with a lot of heavy workload, staffing issues, and a lot of great creative ideas. I think I'll pause there. Thanks.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. And I too want to echo thanks to the GAP and the GMT. You can tell that both bodies spent a lot of time going through this with a fine-tooth comb, and appreciate that they pointed out where they agreed and that they each looked at it from their own perspective, because they do, each body brings a slightly different perspective. So really appreciate that. And I heard that with the folks I was having lunch with today. This is a tough item. I remember when we first started it, when Ms. Ames was still the council staff officer for Groundfish, and about half of us around this table were on the GMT. I remember a member of the Oregon advisors saying that this was the agenda item where good ideas go to die. And I think we're getting it better in our process. It's still not great. We've gone to several iterations as we've worked through it. But trying to have that big picture look at what we have in front of us from Groundfish, I think is important. I think this is also going to roll into some of our discussions under H1, and I think it's I2 later in the week. Yes, I2 later in the week. So are there looking and thinking about ways to package things together, which I think we're going to be discussing, what would make good bundles, and how can we respond to the public comment we heard during the Trawl review hearings? And I think we're on a path to do that. So just appreciate the work that's been going on, and also acknowledging that we have, again, more work than we have load to take that on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, discussion? And Asia Shumalo.
Thanks, Chair Hessmer. I have a motion ready if folks are up for entertaining a motion, and hopefully it can push forward some of the discussion if you'd like.
All right. Looking around, I think we're ready for that motion, so we'll wait for it to appear. And it is on the screen before us, Asia, so go ahead.
Thanks, I can see it too. I move that the council make the following changes to the Groundfish Management Measure List in Agenda Item C5, Attachment 1, April 2026. Prioritize, meaning add to Table A, Item C2, which is Risk Management, and rank that one as the new A4 and include T7. And yeah, sorry, and I should have T7 is in the GAP report as well. So, and then first, and add C1, the Trawl follow-on actions, and rank that as the new item A5, and focus staff on high priority items and agenda items C5A supplemental GAP report 1 first. Combine B2, the IFQ carryover from 10%, and B3, aggregate non-whiting quota share control limits into C2, and then remove item B5 from Table B.
Thank you, Asia. I followed along. I just want to make sure that in the first bullet, the reference to T7, if it's clear where that comes from, the agenda item C5 attachment 1, or is that somewhere else? And maybe Jesse can help us out here.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, T7 was identified in a supplemental attachment 2. It's the at-sea bycatch needs, and this was referred to in the GAP statement. They recommend moving it, as well as the GMT, to moving it into the risk management item.
Okay, good. So as long as there's no confusion there in terms of what that refers to. So Asia, with that, the language on the screen before us looks accurate and complete. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Brad Penninger. Please speak to your motion.
Okay. I want to echo the same thanks that everyone offered to the GAP and GMT for their really thorough work. They are really continuing to impress me right now with the way that they're thinking about how to prioritize moving important items forward for this fishery. My intention here is to keep the items that we've already slated into the year at a glance and made space in the agenda for moving. So that's items A1 through A3, both the Specs Flex action and the EFP items that we were already planning on moving forward. And then this meeting overall, we've had a lot of discussion about things that feed into C2, the risk management item. I maybe have a little bit too optimistic of a place in my heart for what could come out of the risk management item, but I think we all see a lot of potential and promise for discussing some of the really meaty things that might be meaningful and make a lot of big difference for the fleet there. The trawl follow-on action also had a lot of really important things to move forward on, very particular to the IFQ program. And then my language there on asking the staff to focus on the high priority items that are listed in the GAP report is not intended to really slow down momentum on the entire thing, but really just to focus the initial energy on the things that the GAP identified as things that would be most meaningful. And then with that, combining B2 and B3 into the thinking on the trawl follow-on, I think is just going along with the logical grouping of items that have relationship to each other. Ms. Nyani earlier made a really, I agree with everything she said about why to remove B5 from the table, and the GAP alluded to this in their report as well. I think, you know, I'm not there to see everyone's reaction to discuss stock definitions and things like that anymore right now, but this in my mind is, I don't want to spend time even prioritizing items that don't meaningfully change things for the fishery for the moment. And I think that I see even in the note and description of B5 in the table, we discussed that coming up in 2021. Back when I was in Keely's job, this item came up back when I was the Groundfish branch chief before, and I understand the necessity then of looking at that item differently. I think I felt the same way back then that I do now. If there's really a big problem with short belly, I think that we have the tools in place to address it and deal with it. And I don't think that we need to spend the time here even discussing shuffling it around in priority anymore. I think even this bigger question of like what we do with stocks, we've been turning that over in a new way as we've been working through the stock definition process over the past couple of years. And so I think removing that to me is symbolic of like our new thinking about how we're going to think about jumping in for management when we need to. And so, yeah, I would like to see that one removed from consideration there, understanding that we trust that we have the backstops to deal with it if a problem does come up. And with that, I will end my discussion, and yeah, eager to hear everyone else's thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Asia. Any questions for clarification on the motions? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mello, for putting this together. There's a lot of numbers and letters flying around. I just want to make sure I understand. Under the first bullet that says prioritize, the C1 trawl follow-on comes up to A5, and focus on the priority items in C5A, which I understand are T1 and T10. Have I got that right? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lent, for the question. Let me look back at the documents. And yes, there were a lot of numbers flying around. So T1, so the highest priority items from the GAP report are T1, which is the observer electronic monitoring, and T2 shoreside monitoring. And then T10 cost recovery. So those are the items that the GAP identified as the highest priority to work on and focus energy on. And again, not to throw, you mentioned earlier, not pushing things off the list. I'm actually of the same mindset that, and I know there were some items even in the GAP report that there are differences of opinion among the GAP on, but I've been in this game long enough to know that when we push ideas out before we've talked about them enough, that we end up risking something later on in the future. And so I would like some thought across all of the items here, even the items that are more controversial, just so that we know the kinds of, we understand what the decisions are that we're making. So yes, to directly answer your question, highest priority on T1, T2, and T10.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for clarification? Corey Ridings.
Thanks. Thanks, Asia. My question is regarding the removal of B5 from Table B. You cited I think it was public testimony from Sarah Nayani, and I believe that testimony tracked back to it being an ecosystem component species, and so saying we don't have concerns there. But the longer story around kind of short belly and thinking about its importance isn't only as its importance as a literal ecosystem component species, but also because there have been longstanding concerns about that being the target of a potential reduction fishery, and that it's better to sort of have this out there proactively to discourage such a reduction fishery than to wait and be reactive. So I'm just curious if you thought about those aspects while you were putting this motion together.
Thanks, Ms. Ridings, for the question. I did consider those aspects. Again, I don't think that the reaction time between an issue coming up. So what my history on this issue is, again, short belly was not a species that I was even on my radar. This happens all the time with groundfish, that there's a stock that I had no idea was there in the FMP, and it comes up as like a flaming issue all of a sudden. And I think that, I haven't looked at the recent years of catch for short belly, but the year that it was an issue was significant and grabbed all of our attention, and we pulled a lot of focus to it then. I think that if the issue comes up in the near future as something that's a problem, that we can do the same rush over to, to this direction that you're talking, or that is described in the table there, where we take a stronger proactive stance against it. But at the moment, I think that the framing that it holds in the FMP right now, as an ecosystem component species with really low catch across fisheries, some blip years where there is higher interaction, I think is fine as a placeholder for the moment. I think what happens here when we hold things on a list, when we end up dredging up discussions that I think pull focus from other issues that are of greater importance to the fishery that we're working on. And it's not to say that short belly isn't important or doesn't hold the ecosystem importance that I think that you're alluding to here, but I think it pulls our focus away from moving through some really, really crunchy issues that are really specific to groundfish.
Thank you. Other questions? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the motion. I just have a question on the prioritization piece around C1 and the comments around prioritizing items from the GAP report first. That's great. We would clearly be putting that in Table A, but I'm a little less clear about what happens with everything else that is on the list. If it just stays as a footnote within this motion somewhere, or if it is actually going to be added to a non-prioritized table. And what's their consideration on that?
Thank you, Krista, for the question. So are you referring to, yeah, I have a clarifying question as well. Actually, let me stop. I'll answer in terms of Table A first. So in my view, adding C2 and C1 would push down A4 and A5. And they would, yeah, be kept on that table A, but then just numbered further down in priority. And then the items that I talked about getting sucked up from table B are then, yeah, prioritized as a package as part of table A. And then the remaining items will all stay on that deprioritized table B list. And then in my mind, there's not a table C anymore, given the changes that we've made. So then at the end of this activity, of this prioritization activity, based on what I put forward in the motion, we'd have this slightly longer table A that goes to A7, and then a shortened table B that is not prioritized in order.
Does that help, Krista?
Yes, I know I'm looking pensively. I guess I'm not quite understanding where some of the items, and I'll just use T3 as an example because it's not clearly called out. It is one that is not listed as a priority. Where does that fall within this measure? Does it fall under table B? Does it fall under table A subpart something because it is not prioritized first? I'm just unclear for those items. I guess I would also, as a follow-on to that, just ask for clarification how something like B2, which I realize those aren't ranked in order, but it is not listed as a preferred, is suddenly now listed on table A. And I realize the maker of the motion has the ability to make whatever motion. I'm not questioning whether these are good or bad. It's just in hearing our GAP report members saying that they would like to see everything on that list potentially kept on the list, wanting to clarify how we are going to capture that, or if it is captured within this motion.
Thank you for that clarifying question. So in my vision for the motion, with regard to all the items that are included in, so this is Trawl, like I'm thinking about Trawl follow-on here. So all of those items in my prioritization in my mind come up onto table A, come up into table A. I was just directing that the first pieces of work that are done would focus on the items that the GAP identified as the most important and the highest priority of them. And what I took that to mean is that they have the greatest potential to either reduce costs or increase profitability for the fleet. I don't know how that workload plays out, and that's not totally up to me. And so I would welcome some feedback about how that would play out from council staff. And I guess my thinking on the Trawl follow-on actions is that like they can't all happen at the same time. I'm thinking back to how the Trawl follow-on actions happened from the last review. We ended up doing a set of different amendments. We lumped a couple together, rulemaking wise, split a couple apart. But I guess what I'm asking for here is that we keep the entire list and then work first on the things that have the greatest potential impact, and then reserve the work later for other things. My thinking is to not throw anything out from the Trawl follow-on action list. And then I think I probably missed the part of your question, but I welcome anybody else jumping in if they have, maybe Jessie, if she has any thoughts on what I said.
I have two hands. Let me ask Heather Hall here first if she has something along this thread, and then I'll ask Jessie. Heather?
Well, I was going to add a comment, and maybe, Asia, you cleared up what was a question for me too. And thank you, Krista, for asking the question. My understanding of your motion was, even though all of the Trawl follow-on items weren't specifically mentioned in your motion, the intent was that the work on those would keep moving. We wouldn't stall any progress on that. And yeah, just keep everything working, not lose any momentum on work that's already been done. And so maybe just now asking Jesse if that's right.
Jesse, what do you see in this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think the discussion by Ms. Shmilo, Ms. Hall is correct. How I read this motion is that the items from supplemental attachment 2 would all be a part of C1 with the exception of T7, which is the at-sea bycatch measures, which would be moved into risk management. But the remainder of those, we would continue to move forward as a package for the next step. And per the direction, we would focus the majority of our time on those high priority items, T1, T2, and T10. And then the rest of them we would continue to work on and continue to develop because there were a lot of questions raised by the gap in the GMT. And so that would help the council make a more informed decision on how you might want to package or move things forward at the next step.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for clarification? Discussion on the motion? Seeing no hands. There is a hand. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will definitely be in support of the motion, and thank you, Asia, for letting me really probe on that question about where things are and where things belong. I do want to reflect just for a minute. We've heard a lot about the need for finding cost savings. I think that is critical, particularly right now with the increase in cost in fuel. All of these things go to the bottom line for our fleets. And it is harder every day to be out there on the water providing food for people in this country and when we are able as well to export those products. I was rather struck. I asked the question about how much observer coverage cost and ran some numbers. And if I did my math right, it was about a month that many of these guys, if you're looking at averages over the course of the year, are out there are fishing. So I continue to be concerned about the opportunity that we afford for people and I can see my colleague across the table looking at me like, where's the math on that one? But I'm happy to share with you later how I got to those numbers because it really was an eye-opener. I actually thought I did my math wrong the first time. But when you divide out the average cost of an observer day from the number of the total number by fishery and the number of vessels, it is an eye-opener, I will say. So finding solutions to get more opportunity for boats to get out there and get us closer to OY, I think is critical, but equally finding ways that we can help support them, add dollars to their bottom line to keep them operational, I think is equally important, particularly for crew in addition to vessel owners who are paid based upon what they are catching. So with that, thank you for the motion, and I look forward to seeing how we move forward with all of these.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Corey Ridings?
Thanks. I'd like to offer an amendment to the motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Tower of Power. Please just strike the last bullet, which says remove item B5 from table B, period.
All right. Because it's on the screen, I'm waiting till they finish up. Your amendment is simply to strike that bullet item, which looks very clear. Is there a second to the motion?
Correct to me.
seconded by Rebecca Lent. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. Yeah, I thank Ms. Shmulo for answering my question when she made the motion. I wanted to fully understand sort of what the intent was behind this. And in my mind, the intent of keeping it is a little bit different from what I heard from public testimony from Ms. Nayani. I agree that this item at this time is not a priority. So I'm not suggesting that we keep it here and then move forward with it at this time. But I continue to think that it is important to keep on the list. You know, in terms of some of the rationale about this being an ECS species, and therefore we have a trigger should targeted catch begin, or should catch or bycatch limits come to a point where we're concerned. And in fact, we have a short belly scorecard, which I think is a really nice example of how we're able to keep track of species that are not necessarily important or being caught in large numbers by the fleet, but have importance for us to other reasons. So I agree with that. Where my concern comes from this is that I think a prohibition on the species would send a clear message about the council's position on finfish aquaculture in our waters. And that is something the council has not, I think, addressed in a while, but is certainly something that we have had past statements on, and concerns about the threat of finfish aquaculture in our waters being a threat to our wild capture fisheries. That has always been a concern of mine. We've heard past concerns from the Habitat Committee, as well as public comment about that threat. At this moment, we have aquaculture areas of opportunity that are being developed. We've had some updates. I'm not sure on the exact status of every project that's on the West Coast right now, but I do have concerns about development of that. And given the sort of timelines and public notices and lack of the ability of the public to comment on some of the current processes we've seen from this administration, I just have general fears about something like that coming in quickly and not being able to respond fast enough. So I'm hearing from around the table there are more pressing issues for management and for a fleet, and I agree with that. But I think that keeping this on the list, especially now, I don't see a large workload concern with keeping one line on one table that we look at every 2 years, but keeping it on the back burner. And that way, in the future, if we do hear of any other concerns of developments or anything like that, should we hear from our Habitat Committee or our Offshore Committee, I continue to think it's pretty relevant, and I think that we should send that message when we can.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the motion? Seeing no questions, discussion on the motion to amend? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Corey, for the amendment. I guess I had a slightly different take even than Asia's rationale for including this on the list, and even different from yours. So I just want to provide some additional context here. This particular item did come about from a large spike in landings and a pulse that we were concerned about. I recall there being a lot of discussion about whether or not we had the ability to put in a management measure for an EC species. All of that aside, or irrespective of that, I'm really kind of channeling where we're at with our stock definition process, and where we've made a commitment to review our EC species on a very regular basis with the intent of either pulling them back in or keeping them where they're at. And that process alone gives me comfort to remove this off the list, noting that if we had a reason different from a pulse fishery, opportunity in our whiting sectors, we could bring that back and discuss it under aquaculture, other things. So in terms of removing this particular piece from our world, I'm comfortable with that, knowing that we've got that backstep to review EC species. So I just want to offer that up. And so I think in light of that, I won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Brad Pettinger.
Since the majority of that species lives off of California, I'm just trying to figure out where the reduction plant is going to be located in California. We have a 5,000 or 6,000, I think the ACL, I believe is what that is, 5,000, 6,000 tons. That's not enough fish for a reduction fishery. I think the risk of that is so low that I just don't ever see it happening because no one's going to invest money or start investing money without assurance there's going to be fish there to catch and process and reduce. I think that there's a less than zero chance of this fishery ever developing into something. It's just not going to happen, especially in California. So I'm heartened by Carolyn's take on that. I think for the bolsters, why I'll be not supporting. Thank you.
Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the motion and opportunity for discussion here. I just want to reiterate, our council's, we've had a strong policy intent that short belly management is had a conservation priority for its forage value. I think we've taken actions that acknowledges that. Like, as you mentioned, the short belly scorecard, we have our eyes on it. It is incredibly important, and I don't think we would take any measures that depart from that. I think, again, there's a strong interest in monitoring and looking to the Science Center to give us information on indices of abundance over time. So again, I'm also thinking about our council's need to streamline, and I don't feel like having this on the table or not changes any of that. I appreciate the idea that keeping it on there maybe keeps it front of mind, but I don't think this council, with its desire to or interest in recognizing the conservation benefit of this important species, having it on the list or off departs from that. So, thanks.
Thank you. Other discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks. I'll just reiterate, I don't have sort of like an immediate near-term conservation concern. That's sort of not my issue with this. And actually, I may have misunderstood what Mr. Pettinger said, that he talked about, they wouldn't come there unless there was fish. And that's my exact concern. If we put in a prohibition, we could say, it's not there for you. We want you to know it's not here. We want that fish to be in the ocean as important ecosystem species because we want it as food for our other fish, and we want it as prey for our birds. And so maybe I misunderstood, but my concern really is just a strong statement on saying I want to support our wild capture fish as much as possible and as proactively as possible, which is stated in the Oregon, their report is linked in the table, and it's stated there about the kind of the importance of being proactive on that. So just wanted to be clear there.
Other discussion? Seeing no hands, I will call a question on the amendment to the motion. Those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
No. No.
Abstentions? Okay, I heard, I believe, 2 in favor, Corey Ridings and Rebecca Lent. And with that vote, the motion fails. Motion to amend fails. So we are back to the main motion as it stands. Any further discussion on that? Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Chair. And want to echo my thanks to Ms. Schmilo for coordinating this and trying to incorporate the feedback from the GAP. I was struggling with how we deal with the follow-on actions. The GAP laid some things out pretty well. And I think this motion addresses that, yep, we prioritize what the GAP said is high priority. Those are our higher priorities. I don't want to play the workload drinking game, but as we do move things up, we now have, I think, 7 things on the A list. Many of them are being worked on, which is great. E4, we may have a solution on how to take care of that. I don't know when that was going to be discussed, but this is the sale of recreational fish waste. It's really dealing with one line in the regulations. So maybe we can attach it to something else and then basically defer that to the state. So maybe that'll help us get one of the things off the A list. And the B list is things that we will just keep our eye on and work on as we get to. I think council staff and NIMP staff are going to have some job security with this list, but there's some things on here that I'm very supportive of because I think they'll have some actual benefit to our fishing communities and our fishing fleets. So just overall supportive of the motion and really appreciate the work that went into it.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Asia, for the motion as well. I appreciate it. I just wanted to make a comment that I went back and looked at my comments about B2 and B3 last March when we had this agenda item, and I commented that those could be picked up in the Trawl follow-on action. So I'm pleasantly surprised that we now have this risk management item that they fit and dovetail into. So they have found a landing spot, and so I very much appreciate where we're finding the creativity to combine things and schedule things accordingly to shorten the list and get some good work done. And then just to echo Ms. Mattis's comment, I would support some sort of creative way to find a home for A4 and some other existing rulemaking. I know that what we talked about last year pretty extensively was that there was an easy solution to this issue, which was just to remove or deregulate that part in federal regulations that was preventing the sale of wreck carcasses. And so that seems very important, but not worth a standalone package. So I would support finding a creative home for that as well. Other than that, thank you again, Asia. I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you for that. And just a reminder on some of these things as we get into timing and schedules and that. I think that's on our June agenda. This is prioritization and then sort of the further part how we take it up. Is that so? Further discussion on this motion, Brad Pettinger?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hassemer. There was talk about cost, observer cost, and I think it was more in the overall cost. But I know at least to our vessel, we have one that has an EM and other one's observer, and I think we spent $60,000 last year, and that boat fished 7 months. So it's a huge cost. I think that the work we've going down the path here with this motion goes a long ways to helping solve the cost issue, because it's really keeping people out of the fishery, and we ought to be. It's not going to make no predictions how much it's going to improve it, but certainly it's addressing it, and I'm heartened to see that we're making some real good. Direction, I guess, in that path. So I'm heartened to see that because it's a fisheries killer. And so thank you, Asia, for putting together with Caroline in here, and appreciate all the good work by all the advisory bodies, management team, just really good work by all of them. So get us where we're at right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Hall.
Thank you. Also really appreciate this motion and would flag there's a couple things that I have that aren't in this motion, and Ms. Mattis and Ms. McKnight mentioned the wreckfish waste sale, but I also want to acknowledge something else from the GMT report, and that's the VMS declaration changes at sea. That's T8, and possibility for where that would go, but was going to do that after we vote on this motion, if that's appropriate. And then also I picked up something in the GAP report on C2 that I appreciated, and the idea that the risk management at this point is a really holistic view of things, and there's not firm boxes around there. So can we, or reserving the opportunity for things like lightning strike issues to come under C2 the risk management package moving forward. Appreciated the GAPS call out of the WDFW idea for probability and our goal to see that we can better achieve our catch to the ACL in that agenda item. So just flagging that I understood the recommendation from the GAP and support it very much of that being a holistic package and not have really rigid definition at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Other discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks. I will be voting for this motion. I think a lot of work went into it. I think the first two bullet points make sense. They reflect good conversation, good things we've heard from our advisory bodies and moving forward. I just wanted to, it's fairly obvious, but voice my continuing ongoing concern around the third bullet. I really don't see the need to remove this at this point, but I'm not going to be sour grapes about that. I want to see the work that went into the rest of this move forward. So sharing that.
Thank you. Anything else? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question on the motion before you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Asia. With that, I'm guessing there's a little bit of follow-up here. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll start with the GAPS question or suggestion that perhaps the T8 item, the VMS declaration changes, could be something that could be included in the EFP package. I know they were very clear about not adding things to that package that would slow it down. So I don't know if it's a question, but also maybe it's just an opportunity to ask staff to take a look at that and see if it would work there, if it would fit there, or if not, come back to maybe a place where it would fit. I'd ask the same for A4, which is the wreckfish waste sale. And again, we talked about this in 2025, and it seemed simple at the time. If it's a deregulatory item that allows the states to proceed, and fitting that in also in a current package that makes sense and doesn't slow down progress, if it is that simple. And maybe if it does cause some challenges, we could hear back from council staff and another way to go. But it would really help the states, I think, move forward to take the best approach for that wreckfish waste management in our state regulations.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis. I have lots of hands waving at me.
Thank you, Chair. I think we all are wearing about the same color over here today, too. I just wanted to show support to Ms. Hall's. I think this is just more guidance type question. And I know it may raise some alarm about trying to add a rec thing to a commercial thing. And I agree, the guidance is only if it does not slow down or hamper the Trawl EFP. That's the key importance. We were just trying to find a creative way to do one small deregulatory thing on the rec side that would help the states and our enforcement partners out. But again, stressing that it does, as long as it does not slow down the EFP. And I think you were speaking to that. Yeah. So I just wanted to raise my support for that part of it too, and highlight some of the thinking there, why we were trying to attach a rec issue to a Trawl EFP issue potentially. There may be another pathway forward though. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other guidance or thoughts? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair. And just getting back to Ms. Fenson's intervention about paying attention to everything else on that list of trawl follow-on actions. I imagine as we look at some options in the future, changing some of these, probably most of them, is going to require some kind of a management measure, some kind of regulatory change or amendment. So hopefully these keep moving along. I can't really answer everything under item 3. And so we've had a good discussion of that and see what we can change, again, with the view of reducing the economic burden on our fleet. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to look to Jesse to summarize this long list and discussion and then see if there's more we need to add to it. Jesse?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been over here taking notes, so we'll summarize what I have heard from the council with your motion and guidance. So in terms of priorities, Specs Flex and EFPs will continue to be your top priorities, and those are scheduled on our year at a glance. This will then be followed by risk management, which you have incorporated the consideration of at-sea bycatch within that from the list of trawl follow-on actions. Following that, you will look at trawl follow-on with a focus on the GAP's high priority items, which was at-sea and shoreside monitoring, in addition to cost recovery, with the continued work on the other items, including the 2B items, increasing shore-based IQ carryover allowance and the non-whiting aggregate limit for quota shares. And then finally, you removed item B5, the prohibition on a directed short belly fishery, from table B. And in terms of guidance, we heard you would like to look for a way to move both the commercial sale of recreational fish waste and the at-sea declarations, flexibility, potentially with the EFP in June, with a note that you do not want to slow progress on that down. So we will take that and work between council and NIMS staff to see what we can fit with the EFP. And if we can't, we can bring back a proposed plan of where those items may or may not fit. So I think that is captured, but would be open if there's any other guidance that I missed.
All right. Does that fit everyone's thinking on this? Is there more? Any clarification? If there's nothing more, then thank everybody for their work on this. There's a lot involved in that. So we'll close out agenda item C5 and move directly into C6. Our thinking is this may not take too long. So our staff seat will change here. And Todd, when you get settled, just give me the thumbs up and then we'll start. All right, thank you. So I'm going to turn to Mr. Todd Phillips to introduce this agenda item. Todd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Council. So before us, we have in-season management, final action, which is agenda item C6. So under this particular agenda item is when the Council can review attainment levels or other issues regarding the groundfish fishery and take in-season management actions to do such things as increase bag limits, trip limits, that sort of thing. All of this information regarding catch is available via an Apex website, which is through PACFIN, which is linked here on the screen. So looking at what your tasks are, which are to consider the groundfish catch and projections as appropriate and adopt any 2026 in-season adjustments as necessary, which fits in directly with your council action, which is to adopt final in-season adjustments for 2026. You have a single report in your briefing book, which is from the GMT, and that is really the overview there, Mr. Chair. If I can help, let me know.
Thank you. Any questions before we get to the report? No questions. Then the Groundfish Management Team report. Christian Heath is here to give that. Good afternoon, Christian.
Good afternoon, Chair Hasmer, council members. For the record, my name is Christian Heath, and I will be providing a brief summary of the GMT Report 1. The purpose of the report is to inform Council of the estimated preliminary exceedance of the 2025 ACLs for both Petrale sole and quillback rockfish off California. For Petrale sole, there was an exceedance in the trawl sector along with the non-trawl and research set-asides, all covered in Table 1 of the report, with preliminary estimated exceedance of 50 metric tons when compared to an ACL of 2,354 metric tons. In the IFQ sector, in overage, when there is an overage, it is addressed the following year, so this year in 2026. With regards to the non-trawl set-asides, both recreational and commercial attainment was high this year, totaling an estimate of 37 metric tons. For quillback rockfish, PacFin uses a 3-year discard mortality average to project an estimated discard mortality prior to the GEM report. With measures put into place during the 2025 to reduce encounters of quillback rockfish, the GMT provided an updated discard mortality estimate of 1 metric tons instead of the 3 metric tons covered in Table 2. Additionally, quillback rockfish off California is no longer bound to the 40-10 harvest control rule, as the most recent assessment estimated that the stock had not been overfished. That covers the report, and you will note there are no requests for any actions at this time. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Keely Kent.
Thanks for the fast report, Christian. Just a question on the GMT's discussion around this report. Thinking about and I think maybe I'll confirm with you. I think the correct terminology is projected exceedance of an ACL. Yep. Did the GMT talk about whether or not, and my question is specific to Petrale because quillback is special. So just on Petrale, whether you think any of these exceedances that we think we're seeing in 2025, you would expect to continue for 2026, right? Like sort of that question, I think what we're looking at is we don't have to take action, but the question of did you evaluate whether you think you're going to see similar patterns in 2026 or even higher patterns in 2026, sort of the council thinking about that?
Chair Hasmer, thank you for the question, Ms. Kent. Yes, we did discuss how we would track this year, 2026. We do anticipate high attainment again. With the IFQ, they do have measures put in place to have a reduction based on any overage that was taking place in 2025. So I feel like that one is going to sort itself out in some capacity. We will again monitor that and track that one very closely. With the recreational and the non-trawl commercial, we have seen a trend up in recent years. I will note that in the 2025 commercial non-trawl fishery, it doubled what it was prior years or the average high. Is that anticipated? Potentially. A lot of the measures that were taking place in 2025 was a result to avoid quillback in certain areas. And so we did see some shift in angling effort in the recreational fleet as well. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to play out this year, but it is something we will track and monitor more closely. We will track it as diligently as we can so we don't see something like this again for 2026.
Thank you. Other questions on Groundfish Management Team report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Christian. That's all the reports. Takes us to public comment. I did not see any. There is no public comment, so takes us to our council action on this item. Keely Kent.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just have a little bit of discussion, if that's appropriate. I think I was one of the people that asked for this report and why we kept Inseason on for April. So I just want to sort of flag, I appreciate the GMT's work on this. I do think that it is appropriate for this council to be notified when there's a projected exceedance of an ACL, however small, right? It doesn't necessitate us thinking about action, but having that sort of regular tracking and update from the GMT to the council, I think is really useful. And I think sort of having those opportunities for questions, right? Do we think this is a one-off? Do we think there's a pattern here that we need to think about? The other part of it that I'll flag too, right, is I do think we're moving with some of these catch limits having come down, we're moving perhaps back into a situation where I think we are going to be closer to these limits, right? And so we want to make sure that we have a good system to be tracking where we are, making sure that we're doing our best to achieve but not exceed the ACL. And especially when we have a lot of ACLs set equal to the ABC, right? There's not a lot of space sometimes between that ABC and that OFL. So I really appreciate the work that went into this report, bringing it to the council. I think it's really important that we have those regular check-ins when these situations occur, but we don't have to take action in those moments, but want to make sure we have a system in place to, when you see something, say something and have that opportunity for a check-in.
Thank you. Other discussion? Not seeing any, Todd. There's nothing else to do here.
Yes, Mr. Chair. You have taken care of the action at hand, and just as review, the GMT reported out on 2 stocks that exceeded their ACLs, Petrale sole and the California quillback rockfish. There's no action at this time for those particular stocks, but they will be monitored.
All right, thank you. Before we close it out, then I'm going to take a minute. Maybe I should thank Ms. Kent for getting this agenda item here. This isn't an in-season action. It's more of a in-season action that didn't happen last year. In this meeting's informational reports, the 3 whiting sectors have their prior year reports. Those reports are required. They're in federal regulations that they submitted. And I took a look at those, and I think we ought to take notice that they're in the informational reports as I reviewed them and looked at attainment of the various set-asides and the salmon scorecards and all of those things. They were all very low last year, which is a good thing for us because it doesn't come before us. And I've had a lot of statistics in my background, and I started looking at them. I didn't run any tests, but I looked for any correlations between things, and there's nothing that shows up if you look at the individual vessel level mortality or catch of whiting and related bycatch of various species. It makes it look pretty random that bycatch is a random event, which it could be, but then as you look into the report, part of the requirement is they talk about bycatch avoidance measures they have to take, and there's move-along rules in the reporting and all of that. And so it made me wonder how much of the low level of bycatch that at least we saw last year is happening as a result of management that goes on versus technological aspects of that. And there are pieces we don't see. I mean, somebody would have to dig into a lot of confidential information after this. At some time I'll reach out to those sectors and see they have some of the test tows before they fish in these areas. And if some of the bycatch that's reported for set-asides is also what occurs in the test tow, is that helping to drive them away? The communication that occurs, because some of the vessels, if they know where the fish are, they're fishing in close proximity, but you just see this very spotty occurrence in the table. So there's technological bits, and this is maybe a plug. NOAA had the bycatch reduction engineering program that helps technological advances, and then there's selective flatfish trawls. But there's a management piece of that. I did have a chance to catch Ms. Sarah Nayani in the hallway and asked her about it. And another aspect last year, she said, well, the whiting were deep last year, and that helped to minimize bycatch. So there's a lot of things going on that are occurring that we don't capture in a future look to see what can we do on the management side. So basically it's just that when you look at those reports across all of them, bycatch attainment of set-aside species, bycatch of protected species was very low. And that makes our life easier. And a credit to those sectors again in the management and what they go through. And again, I have to say, man, thank you for giving us those reports, but there's a legal requirement they have to do that. But we should look at it and and see what's in there, interpret that. So I just want to take that opportunity to, if you haven't looked closely at them, take a look, and I think that's a good thing for us. So with that, I'm going to look around. If there's nothing else, we are going to end our groundfish items for today, close out this agenda item, and then we'll have some seat changes here in a few minutes, get back to our salmon items. So thank you all for your work on this. And actually, before you leave, I'm turning the gavel over to the vice chair when we come back to salmon. Have to figure out what time. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I think they're going to be coming in, but Mr. Chair, we had a clear violation of the Phil Anderson Act before lunch. That is, if you don't know, a device going off, electronic device going off in the council room. We have witnesses. We know who you are. There is no parole to your digression and breaking the Anderson Act. It's 4 dozen fresh donuts there by the Tower of Power, either tomorrow morning, Sunday morning, or at the June meeting. So we want you to pay for your sins on your own recognizance, but if we have to point you out, we will. So I guess the judge has spoken, so.
If I may, Vice Chair, I do know that the GAP has identified several alternatives for places to purchase said donuts. So feel free to reach out to the GAP for more information.
Okay. All righty. Shall we wait about 10 minutes for the salmon to get in here? Or do you think they're starting to come in? But I have quick 5 minutes and change seats and get going. Thank you. All righty, if we could start making our way to the table. All right, Angela, you're back. Pack the house once again. Let us know what we're supposed to be doing, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item D6, further direction on 2026 management measures. The STT will present its preliminary analysis of the measures tentatively identified by the council so far at this meeting, and the council should provide any needed clarification or direction to the STT. You do have 3 individuals signed up to give public comment in addition to the STT's report, and your task is to provide any needed guidance to assist the STT in its analysis of tentative management measures.
Right, any questions of Angela? All right. Is Michael Farrow in the room? There he is. And John. Or just John. Sorry, Mr. Carey, they give me the lineup. They don't change when the lineup changes, so you may commence, sir.
Oh, good. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We called an audible on that. So my name is John Carey. I'll be reading from agenda item D6A, Supplemental STT Report 1, Coalition of Preliminary Salmon Management Alternatives for 2026 Ocean Fisheries. So the STT took the guidance from the council that we received yesterday and worked it into our modeling results. The guidance should be reflected in tables 1, 2, and 3 of this report here. I'll skip over those for the sake of brevity and jump right to the start of table 5 on page 16. And there we have few Puget Sound stocks that are still not meeting their 2026 management criteria. Moving on to page 17, you see we have Lower Columbia River natural tules are still exceeding the 41% limit that they have set for this year. On page 18, in the California stocks, the changes yesterday did result in the age 4 ocean harvest rate for Klamath jumping up a little bit above the 8.6% limit there. And on the final page of table 5, page 19 there, we have Snohomish bolded, exceeding its management criteria. The Queets wild stock, the exploitation rates there are bolded, and I wanted to speak to that one in a second here, but I'll finish up with the table. For Lower Columbia River naturals, those are also exceeding the 23% limit. I did want to bring the council's attention, though, to footnote F in this report on this table here, which it notes that the PST-ER constraints for the Washington coastal coho stocks represent an approximation of the maximum ER that's associated with achieving the escapement goal. So for those Washington coastal stocks, the primary objective is to achieve the escapement goal. And that ER that's in there can vary slightly as the abundance, which is calculated as the fishery mortality plus the escapement, can fluctuate slightly between model runs. So depending on how much fishery mortality is occurring on the stock and what time period it occurs in. So this is a situation we're in here where the Queets coho stock, the coastal fisheries were updated in this run, and it actually is achieving its escapement goals in both options here. The issue is just that the 44% limit there was calculated back when we had pre-1, the forecasts in pre-1, and it needs to get updated a little bit to reflect the actual abundances in the model runs now. So that's something the STT plans to correct, and when we do that, the limits there will directly indicate whether or not the stocks are exceeding their, or meeting their escapement goals. So just wanted to try to clarify that, and I can take any questions with that.
Thank you for that detailed explanation. That makes a lot of sense, so thank you. Any questions of John? Shoot, all right, great explanation. Thank you. Thank you for your report. So now we have public comment. And just 1 second. We have Randy Lato by phone. Randy, are you there? Oh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. If it's okay, I can read Randy's. He's still out in the ocean fishing.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is from Randy Lato. I've been an ocean fisherman for over 50 years, beginning at the age 10 with my father since 2000. I have operated as both a professional charter captain and a guide on the Olympic Peninsula. I'm writing to express my deep frustration with the current management of our salmon runs. In recent years, we have watched the ocean fishery be shut down repeatedly, while the river fisheries are granted extensions and raised limits. This is a blatant double standard that is both unfair to the ocean fleet and biologically irresponsible. I speak as a user of both fisheries. In my younger days, I was part of that river pressure. I've seen it and I've done it myself, but with 50 years of perspective, I can tell you that the real problem is not the ocean narrative pushed by special interest groups. The problem is that we are killing far too many expired fish in the rivers. These fish have run the gauntlet, survived the ocean, and are miles away from hitting the gravel to do their thing. Every fish pulled out of the river during an extension is a direct hit to the future of the run. It makes no sense to keep the ocean fleet at the dock for conservation only to reward in-river pressure on the very spawners that should be seeding our next generation. As a veteran guide who has seen these catches cycles since the 2000s, I am asking the Council to end the management disparity. If the ocean is closed for conservation, the rivers should not be seeing extensions and higher bag limits. Please prioritize spawning escapement. We must prioritize getting fish to the gravel over providing extra time for in-river harvest. Hold all interests accountable. Stop letting loud organizations dictate a one-sided management plan that ignores the biological reality of our river systems. I have spent my life on these rivers and want to see the fishery survive. That won't happen if we continue to protect one group of the expanse of the resource, long-term health. Thank you, Randy Lato, Olympic Peninsula Charter Captain.
Any questions of Dave Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Adrian. Welcome, and make sure you turn on the mic before you speak.
Hello. Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your service on the council. Today, I am urging the council to adopt formal positions and management alternatives that let our salmon come home to the ecosystems, watersheds, and communities that depend on them. Within the management region of the PFMC, I urge you to implement measures that reduce pressure on threatened lower Columbia River Chinook in mixed stock fisheries off the coast of Washington and Oregon. Over the last decade, we have observed the functional extirpation of Chinook populations in Mill Creek, Abernathy Creek, and Germany Creek in Washington, as well as extirpations in the Clatskanie River and Scappoose Creek in Oregon. During these extinction events, ocean-based fisheries harvested and incidentally killed up to 57% of the total potential returning adult population, averaging approximately 38% annually. Ocean harvest rates like this are unsustainable in the presence of threatened populations that are less productive, like these 5 populations that are now lost in the lower Columbia. In other tributaries of the lower Columbia, Chinook populations remain on the edge of extinction, with annual escapement often trending downwards, including populations in Youngs Bay, Big Creek, Grays River, Chinook River, Elokaman River, and Skamackway Creek. Ultimately, too few salmon are reaching the spawning grounds to support the recovery of local populations. And I think at some point, we all just need to take a step back and wonder if the current systems are working for the recovery of these local populations and the larger ESU. We need to take a precautionary management approach and reduce ocean-based harvesting of lower Columbia Chinook in fisheries of north of Falcon and south of Falcon that account for roughly 55% of the harm from ocean-based fishing to lower Columbia Chinook. Not to mention PST-managed fisheries in BC and Alaska that contribute to roughly 45% of ocean harvest for lower Columbia River Chinook. The PFMC and Pacific Salmon Commission aim to manage, conserve, and rebuild Pacific salmon stocks, preventing overfishing and ensuring sustainable science-based fisheries. Nevertheless, ocean-based fisheries authorized under the PFMC and Pacific Salmon Treaty are consistently contributing to the overharvest of lower Columbia River Chinook. In turn, this is causing cascading ecological effects, exemplified by the starvation of the southern residents. Furthermore, this is harming Columbia River fishing communities. Columbia River communities face severe fisheries restrictions to protect their salmon and ensure the maintenance of populations. And policymakers continue to authorize 2 to 3 times as much fishing on the same populations in the open ocean. Communities and governments that bear the primary responsibility of restoring and protecting salmon ecosystems within the Columbia River repeatedly see decades of recovery investments undermined as unsustainable ocean fisheries intercept, harm, and overharvest salmon miles from home. Secondly, I urge the Council to take a more active role in the upcoming renegotiation of the Pacific Salmon Treaty to reduce the interception of our salmon in distant fisheries offshore of BC and Alaska. I urge you to adopt a formal position in the negotiation process that protects the interests of the fisheries, communities, tribes, and states represented within the management region of the PFMC by allowing more of our salmon to return home to protected and restored spawning grounds and local fisheries. The harm from these PST-managed fisheries in BC and Alaska are immense. For Oregon and Washington coast watersheds, it's up to 60-70% ocean harvest rates for all the Chinook that could potentially return to local communities, tribes, and restored spawning grounds. This leaves way too few fish returning home to watersheds, ecosystems, and communities that depend on them. Now, once again, I urge the PFMC to engage in the renegotiation of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. Last time I provided public comment to this end, the Council assured me that it is regularly engaging with the Pacific Salmon Commission. Now, I understand the overlap, and now I encourage you all to take a firm stand on this matter. Please develop a formal position and a letter to demand that these interceptions in BC and Alaska are reduced. And now, if this requires some form of funding package to assist with transitioning, I think we should all start brainstorming what it would take. I encourage you to show the residents of this region that you are standing up for our communities and the recovery of our resources. The Council cannot stand idle with this renegotiation. Please get involved, raise your voice, and show that the Council stands for our communities, all user groups, and the salmon, orcas, and ecosystems of the lower 48. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions of the speaker? Lori Reddings.
Thanks, Mr. Toohey. Appreciate you being here and sharing your thoughts with us. I think you gave public comment at the last meeting as well, but perhaps it was virtual. Is that the same? You're the same person?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah, I hope you were able to connect with people. I think I saw you at the round table last night, and we do overlap with the Pacific Salmon Treaty and the Commission. We've got folks that are in both of those venues, so definitely encourage you to talk to them, see what's going on there. In terms of my question, looking at the packet and the fisheries we're deciding on this week and for the rest of the year, do you have anything specific that you would recommend? I heard your overall message, but I'm wondering if there's any specific guidance or recommendations or areas that you think need tweaking or things that Council needs to spend more time thinking about as we move into the next year.
Absolutely. Yeah, when it comes to lower Columbia River Chinook and we're talking about numerous populations on the edge of extirpation. I think you get to a certain point, and you need to define it, but when do you go all in for recovery? And at what point do we need to take a step back and say the status quo for PFMC fisheries management here? I mean, at some point, we need to take a step back and make a change, because what we're doing isn't working for the recovery of Lower Columbia River Chinook, but also numerous other ESUs. This is just one example of a problem that stems from fishing in areas that we need to shift fisheries in or near rivers of salmon origin so that we know what populations we're catching, so that we can better manage for escapement and recovery. Right now, salmon management is a little bit upside down. I mean, the vast majority of harvests for especially stocks in Oregon, Washington, British Columbia even, the vast majority of Chinook harvest occurs in the ocean, in the marine environments where we have no idea what we're catching, and that has the effect of driving the weaker stocks closer and closer to the brink. And this is stuff that the scientific community, fisheries managers have known for years. I mean, if we were to start over from scratch, how could we manage our fisheries sustainably? It wouldn't be the system that we're working with today. What the current system is creating all sorts of biological issues. It's starving the southern residents. Some massive ecological issues, but these equity issues are through the roof. People who have invested in the recovery of their resources, we're talking billions of dollars for habitat restoration efforts. These communities see a small fraction of the resource returning. And meanwhile, 2 to 3 times as much harvesting is occurring in distant ocean fisheries, often managed under the Pacific Salmon Treaty. And everybody else is left fighting over the scraps, the people who fish in or near their salmon rivers where we could actually manage salmon fisheries sustainably. And we should be promoting those fisheries that can be conducted sustainably and making sure that the communities that have invested so much in the recovery of their resource and fought so hard for their resource, make sure that we realize the benefits of all of this hard work that everybody is putting in. But when we're managing with these systems where we have no idea what we're catching in the ocean, and often modeling efforts are flawed, and we see overharvest and missed escapement coals, declining escapement trends, extirpations, we need to reassess what we're doing from time to time. And everybody is working hard, and I know everybody here has fantastic intentions and everybody wants to do the right thing. But I think occasionally we got to step back and say, is this system we're working, is this workable given the conditions we're faced with today? And I think the answer is no. Go ahead.
Thanks. I appreciate the answer. Just a quick follow-up. This council has a tribal member, and tribes are a big part of how salmon is managed. And they have done work for millennia in terms of supporting habitat restoration and healthy salmon runs.
Yes.
And I apologize, I don't know much about your group, the Let the Salmon Come Home, but are you working with Pacific Northwest tribes on your work? And
we're working with everybody who wants to see their salmon come home, everybody who wants to see investments in our habitat, in production, people who want to see their fish come home to their communities. This is for everybody. All communities, all organizations, and it's and this is just a campaign working towards this goal of sustainability and rethinking how we fish so that we can actually achieve recovery. And I don't expect everybody to hop on board, but I know there's so many people out there who do think alike and are working towards a similar goal. And we could all work together on this. all of us need to work together on this, because we're going to lose the southern residents, for example, if we don't reform ocean fisheries. That is the main factor affecting the accessibility of Chinook for the orcas. There's recent peer-reviewed papers on this, and this has to be done. If we're going to recover the southern residents, that is essential. So many of our salmon populations, we wouldn't be missing escapement goals so often if we rethought how we were fishing. We could see huge benefits to Chinook recovery. And then these equity issues. I mean, I think everybody in Washington and Oregon would love to see allocations doubled or tripled. I mean, that is what's at stake with this Pacific Salmon Treaty. And it's, you know, in the end, I think we need to think about funding packages to assist with a transition with this Pacific Salmon Treaty, because, I mean, this is a tough situation for salmon, for orcas, but for communities. And our communities here in the Pacific Northwest have been suffering for decades and decades from this current system of management. And yes, if we reform fisheries under the Pacific Salmon Treaty to the north, there are going to have to be sacrifices there to restore equity. But we need to think of funding packages to help with the transition, because these are good people all across the coast. We need to do this right, but it needs to be initiated if we're going to be turned back towards a path towards recovery that's realistic. And it sounds impossible, but you have to start somewhere, and this is critical to start here, because so much is at stake for orcas, our communities, and for Chinook.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for testifying today.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. One question. Sorry, Marcy. Is that you?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for being here today. We've seen a number of comments submitted to the briefing book here in April as well as in March from the campaign. And it's pretty clear that the message you've sent to us, the comments are very consistent. But you referenced the campaign, but I'm just wondering, is there an organization behind the campaign? You're all submitting comments as individuals, but are you affiliated with an organization?
There are a number of different organizations that are part of it. Anybody who signs on is a part of the campaign. And so it's a group of like-minded individuals, organizations, everybody working together towards this common goal to bring our salmon home to the ecosystems, watersheds, communities that depend on them.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kurt Beardsley is next.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. I'm going to not Adrian, please cover. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All righty. Now it comes the point. Are there any questions? Okay. Now we are looking for some further guidance, if there's any to give. I don't think we should skip. So by default, Kyle, it rattles Mr. North when we go start in California first. So I don't want to do that. So go ahead, Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have some guidance, which hopefully we can get up on the screen. While we went on that, just wanted to thank the council for your patience today. We had a number of difficult issues to work through in the north of Cape Falcon Forum. We made a lot of progress today. We'll have a list of inside fishery modeling changes that will go with the STT package that they'll model for us, and will get us much closer to the finish line for a lot of the stocks that were still bolded in the STT report. So my guidance for today is relative to agenda item D6A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated April 10th, 2026. implement the following changes. On Table 1, the WDFW commercial management alternatives on page 1 for the U.S.-Canada border to Cape Falcon spring season, replace the landing and possession limits with, for the U.S.-Canada border to Queets River, May 16th through May 20th, 50 Chinook per vessel per landing week, beginning May 21st, 80 Chinook per vessel per landing week. For Queets River to Ledbetter Point, May 16th through May 20th, 60 Chinook per vessel per landing week, beginning May 21st, 250 Chinook per vessel per landing week. And for Ledbetter Point to Cape Falcon, for May 16th through May 20th, 50 Chinook per vessel per landing week, and beginning May 21st, 80 Chinook per vessel per landing week. This is really just an issue with when the new federal rules will go into effect and how it hits within a landing week, and it's to make sure we don't, we have some consistency. We'll have to take some in-season action for the first part of the season, but it's to make sure we, when the new rules go into effect over a weekend on May 16th, that we have landing limits in place that won't let the fishery get away from us before we can review it the following week and make any further adjustments.
Okay. Angela and John and Mike, you getting all this? All right, Mr. North, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for keeping things geographically sequential. I submitted, we do have some guidance from Oregon today regarding agenda item D6A, Supplemental STT Report 1, April 10th, 2026. Please implement the following changes. In Table 1, under Commercial Management Alternatives on page 2, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, please replace the non-marked selective coho quota of 7,250 with 7,000. And in Table 2, for Recreational Management Alternatives on page 9, and the Cape Falcon Oregon-California border section, replace the marked selective coho quota of 50,000 with 48,500. Yeah, it's been a busy day. Didn't end up with that much guidance, but our goal here is to, in reducing these quotas, is to help bring down the LCN coho exploitation rate to get us a little closer to our targets. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. North. Any questions? Mr. North? Okay. Marcy, looks like you're next in line.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All righty. CDFW guidance on D6A, Supplemental STT Report, April 10th. For Table 1, the commercial measures. The San Francisco area, replace August 13 through 17 with August 13 through 16. And strike the language that reads, all fish caught in this area must be landed south of Point Arena within 24 hours of any closure of the fishery and prior to fishing outside the area. And replace that language with, all salmon caught in this area must be landed south of 4010 north latitude within 24 hours of any closure of the fishery. Moving to the Monterey area, replace June 3 through 7 with June 3 through 8. Replace August 13 through 17 with August 13 through 16. And strike the language reading, all fish caught in this area must be landed south of Point Arena within 24 hours of any closure of the fishery and prior to fishing outside the area. And replace it with, all salmon caught in this area must be landed south of 4010 within 24 hours of any closure of the fishery. Moving to Table 2, the recreational measures for the San Francisco area. Strike June 27th through July 25th and August 1 through 23rd, and replace it with June 27 through July 22, and August 1 through 31. Thank you.
Any questions of Marcy? Oh, Marcy has a question for Marcy. Go ahead.
I do. Just to elaborate a bit on first the date changes, the rationale for those is just to make some minor adjustments to replace in the recreational case to make some minor adjustments. We were a little bit over yesterday on some things and have worked out, refined the dates slightly. Regarding commercial fisheries and this language regarding the landing areas, this was something that we discussed this morning in our delegation meeting. This modification will allow fish to be landed in an adjacent area that is closed. And that has been our practice with regard to commercial fisheries. When an area is open, rather than require landing just in that area, we will allow landing into an adjacent area that is closed, but not beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, we have Mr. Dave Soames in the tribal report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I do have some guidance that was written as a motion, which probably we should have taken as one, since we've got down to one alternative now, but this will be put in the form of as guidance. This will save the motions for our last day of deliberations. I'm not sure how I would just strike the motion section of that. Yes, and just provide this as guidance. For one alternative, we have agreement with our treaty troll tribes to put forward a Chinook quota of 45,000 and a coho quota of 42,500. The alternative consists of May 1 to June 30th Chinook directed fishery and a July start date to the all species fisheries, Chinook and coho, and a September end date at the discretion of each tribe. The Chinook quota should be evenly split between the two time periods, and season structure is still under discussion among the tribes, and we believe that we've got some agreement inside that can be reflected in the model run that addressed some of the inside fisheries and some of the some of the bolded stocks that are in Puget Sound, but they do have much of that worked out now, so that could get into the model. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Angela? Excuse me. Any questions of Dave? I apologize, Dave. Any questions of Dave or the tribal proposal? Guidance, excuse me. Okay. Seeing none. Angela, have we set out to do what we set out to do here?
Yes, you have. You've completed your action under this agenda item.
All righty. Thank you, all the salmon people, for all your hard work. And I know there's probably some late nights, and we all do appreciate that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I turn the gavel back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Looking at my clock here, trying to figure out what else we should do today. So I'm going to turn to the Executive Director for any guidance.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good work today, everyone. Let's see, we are not in a place where we can move anything up, so it looks like we'll end the day early. A couple of notes, because even though we're ending, I assume there's still homework that you all would like to do. One, the SAC Fall terms of reference, the revisions that you, let's see, we took that up yesterday. Yeah, took that up yesterday and provided guidance to staff. So those have been posted. I believe the Secretariat has some printouts if you're looking for them. Let's see, there was another suggestion that we have a second closed session to resolve some personnel matters. We're looking at putting that on the agenda for this coming Sunday. So those are the two announcements I have, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to take any questions if you have them.
Any questions on how we're proceeding here? Anything else you'd like to do today? Sharon Kiefer.
So I just want to double check I heard you right. You said Sunday, because Sunday, not Saturday, Sunday. Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm not seeing any suggestions for further things to do, so we will adjourn for the day, and I will see you all at 0800 tomorrow here. Thank you.